This is something big for us. I mean, yeah, well, we'll get to it. I hope to give you guys, this is just a PowerPoint presentation, me speaking, and I'm so sorry you cannot see me. This is a technical problem that I have to solve it somehow. Let's see if chat is on. Just, okay, chat should be on, chat box. Yeah, it should be on. Alright, let's just trust it. So, anyway, as I was saying, I want to talk money because this is something huge in everyone's life. In a civilized society, we live in cities, and cities move through money. So money is, willing or not, a big deal, a big part of our lives. And it's kind of a taboo. Let me just turn down the volume of the music just a little bit, just so it's not so distracting to myself. I can't really speak when I hear loud noises, but anyway, as I was saying, money is such a big deal in everyone's life, and it's kind of a taboo talk. And yeah, just real talk, no tricks, no gimmicks, just you and me, and let's see how much we can bear this together. I can bear it quite a lot. I hope you will enjoy this too. So let's go. So hello there. This is not working as intended, but doesn't matter. I tried to make a few animations here just so the presentation would be so boring. So my name is Vicente Silva. I'm Brazilian. I live in Italy since 2009. I came here to study. I was already an engineering study, a mechanical engineering study student in Brazil. And then I came here 2009 to continue my studies in automotive engineering, and then I graduated in class 2015. I didn't major on it, I minored on it, so I have a 3-year degree if anyone cares about it. But the point is, in 2015, when my year of graduation, my wife at the time, my girlfriend, she got pregnant, and I was, oh my god, now she's pregnant and I don't have a job, not even a degree. I have to move my ass and do something. And so yeah, we started a trajectory that took quite a while to develop, and through that we managed to save most of my income. Most of my income, I mean more than 50%, north of 70% to be more accurate, but I don't have the numbers on that. Unfortunately, I only started registering the numbers from 2018 onwards. But anyway, our idea was, let's live with the bare minimum we can. Let's save whatever we can. Let's start investing in something. And at the time, we decided that to take a course. I don't want to make mentions on anyone, but there is good information out there if you search for it. And I spent quite a lot in the first course that I did. I spent like let's say 5 to 8k euros. 5 to 8,000 euros on that course. And it presented us with the basis, the good basic information that we needed. But let me tell you something. I learned so much more from practical steps that I took throughout the course of these years. Just visiting people, visiting homes for sale with her. We did this as a two-person job. No one worked alone. And yeah, we went there, we visited, we talked to banks, we talked to what do you call agents, real estate agents. We met people, we talked to people who were selling, who were buying, who were investing. And that practical experience, of course, the basis that we did on the course that we did back then in 2015 was important, because we couldn't just come up with those ideas by ourselves. That basis was important, but comparing that investment 5 to 8k to whatever amount of experience we gathered throughout the years on just walking and talking with people that we met and doing our own calculations and considerations, was invariably more important. So I cannot stress that enough. So anyway, today we just purchased our third home that we intend on renting on Airbnb. That's the purpose of that home, and that is the result of a 2+ years work dedicated to solely this third home. and it was a huge deal for us. I mean, it's not nothing. I'm not, reinventing the wheel. I'm not doing anything extraordinary. I'm not walking on the moon. But this was a big step for us. I mean, I'm a common person. I'm a common man. I have nothing special about myself. I don't have any special knowledge. I don't have any special work or capacity. Or I just started doing a few things here and there in my everyday life and work that helped me optimize my income versus expense and allow me to reach this result today, and allow me to program for the future and reach out for higher and higher results in the near future. So yeah, we developed a savings investing strategy over the course of the years that allowed us to reach this objective now, and that will for sure allow us to reach even higher. So yeah, that's what we want to talk about now. So this presentation is structured in three parts, three sections. First one is a preface, just me kind of introducing the theme and the ideas around it. So the second part will be talking about personal finances, meaning talking about savings, investing, and debt. I will be mentioning three aspects to money. Those are the three aspects: savings, investing, and debt. And then the third section is just calculation. It's just me trying to show. I won't show you my actual numbers, but I'll show you how to calculate numbers in a way that you can start and calculate for your own, if you will, if you want to. So you will have a general idea of how I operate, and you will be able to start doing that for yourself if you want to. Okay, so yeah, let's go. Section 1, preface, target audience, introduction. So these are the ground rules, okay? Just this presentation here, what's going to be, what you can expect it to be. So it's the result of a 5-year study discovery process. Okay, it tries to summarize the experience we gathered. Okay, it's not a guide to be followed blindly. Question everything and anything that you feel like. I'll try to answer as best as I can. I might not be able to suffice on your question, but I'll try. I'll give it my best shot. We are not financial advisors. We are not going to appoint any investment whatsoever, okay? So the scope of this presentation is to present you with the means through which to enable people with the ability of evaluating their own personal finance and investment opportunities with a systematic, pragmatic, and quantitative approach. So you're going to, the scope of this is to enable you to calculate for your own whatever it is your venture you're going for. If your venture is to save money because you want to repay your debt, you want to quit your debt, or if you want to start invest in real estate like we did, or maybe some other investment venture, whatever it is, I want to try and help you see how you do the math for that. Okay, so yeah. Final decision of the financial endeavor rests in the hand of the reader or the viewer, and with it, the responsibility of its consequences. You are responsible for your own choices. So, still ground rules. This presentation is completely free, just pure information. I am not recruiting anyone into any sort of business opportunities. I'm just having a talk with people about finances. I have no affiliation with any multi-level marketing, with any network marketing, pyramid schemes, Ponzi schemes of any kind. I'm not selling you anything, any programs or books. I still think of perhaps in the near future writing an ebook, something cheap that you can buy for $5 to $10 on Amazon, ebooks, whatever. But this is still not the case right now. Okay, so this is just a talk, you and me. So you can do whatever you want with this information. Use it, ignore it. It's no hard feelings. You can totally complete to ignore this information if you want to. So good things that last long also take a long time to grow. Patience is key, and time to grow is something that will last for a long time. Is the basis of growth. You cannot expect to grow big if you want to grow big in 2 days or in a year, for that matter. Okay? If you believe that this information is helpful for you at all, then follow closely each and every step, and you will see for yourself. You would make your own conclusions out of it after some time, after you put some time into it. But I guarantee you will get results if you follow these advices. Okay? So who is this presentation for? Now I'm moving on. I'm on target audience, okay? If you will fit this description, then this might be the good thing for you. So let's take a look. People who are looking for improving their economical situation. People who want to pay their college debts, car loan, house mortgage, maybe healthcare bills. Let me throw a wild card there. But whatever payment that you have to do, so if you have a payment on your back, this could be for you. People who want to start investing but don't know where to start exactly. Okay, I don't have any meaningful debts on my back, but I would like to, I don't know, start investing in real estate or anything else. I speak of real estate so much because that's what we do. That's the experience we gathered. So try to extrapolate, okay? I will try to make an example that is concrete for someone that wants to extrapolate to some other source of investment. But most of all, this is a presentation for people who are not financially happy, but are willing to make sacrifices. If growth doesn't happen overnight, you will have to make sacrifices, and we'll try and look into those, okay? Of course, you have to do some measured sacrifices. You will not sacrifice everything for the sake of money, of making money, okay? Does that make sense? So, who is this presentation not for? Who is not interested in this presentation at all? People who are happy where they are financially. If you are happy where you are, kudos on you. I'm happy for you too. And we have no things to say to each other. Maybe you're not rich. Maybe you don't want to be rich. That's okay. Maybe you don't want to make more money. I'm not rich either. I'm far from it right now. But I'm trying and making a little bit more money with the years. But if that's not for you, if you feel like you're happy where you are, I'm happy for you too. And peace out. So some other kind of people this is not for is people who are in serious dire straits. People who have serious financially debt, financial trouble, or medical trouble, or any serious something a little bit more serious in life. I'm not mentioning those people either, because those people might need some other kind of help, maybe even psychological help, maybe help from a professional on medical, on, I don't know. I can't help people who are actually desperate. I feel so sorry about it because I'm not able to help those people, but I'm not able to help everyone. So you have my sympathy. Another kind of people, and this is the worst, let me tell you, is people who, in spite of not having serious trouble, they keep on finding excuses, every excuse on the book and out of the book. I have no sympathy or patience for those people, and you should better get out. If you're one of those, get out. I'm telling you, you're free to go. No hard feelings here too. I would rather have you not here if that's you. If those ground rules can be respected by everybody, and I hope it does, so I hope we can continue. We are going on the premise that you are not happy, or you have some college debts, car loan, or you have some investments that you want to do, but you want to improve your financial skills, and most important, you are willing to make sacrifices. And you won't make any sacrifice for me. You're not going to give me anything, not even a yes sir, okay? You're going to do sacrifices for yourself. You're not going to give me anything. So let's introduce the themes. This is a method based on saving more, if not most, of your income. Based on saving. So that you can either utilize liquidity to pay off debts or invest in new opportunities. Give me a second, just a second. So, I was sorry about that. As I was saying, this is a method based on saving. And by saving, I mean you have to have a net positive at the end of the month. Okay? It's not worth a damn if you, at the end of the month, are on the negative side. If you spend more than you earn. You have to earn more than you spend. So you have to have a balance sheet. Okay, that's what the method is about. We are doing a spreadsheet on Excel, on Google Docs. I did my own on Google Docs just because of the cloud, but I didn't want to involve Google on it. Well, too late, it's already involved. So just to give you a rough idea, from ever since we started out on 2016, we have had how much? We have earned. This is the amount saved.
Yeah.
We have saved 92k. Does this include already? I mean, is this net on the expense?
This is the money we put down for the down payment for the houses.
Okay.
So
She
that's
is.
money we actually have.
She is actually showing me the down payments. You can see this because this is on a written piece of paper. But she wrote on a piece of paper the amount of down payments that we did for the 3 properties that we bought, and these are 21 plus 18 plus 53 that we gave on houses. So these sum up to 92k in 5 years. Just money that we saved in 5 years and invested. It went all the way on the business, on buying, purchasing homes. So just to give a rough idea of what you can do with an average salary if you apply yourself to it, This is, again, it's not going over the moon, but I'd say it's pretty damn good work in 5 years. Yeah, I have already mentioned that. So the center focus of the entire method is your spending habits. We are going to analyze, and we'll have to be willing to make reasonable sacrifices in comfort, okay, for an extended period of time. And I mentioned here years. We've done this for years, and we're going to continue doing this for years until we finally reach a point where we can say that we are financially free, which means that I can quit my day job and only focus on doing that. And financially freedom, well, there are many aspects to freedom, right? You have, me having the ability of asking for a day off today from a job is a sort of kind of a freedom. I cannot do that every day in my day job, because otherwise I would be out of a job and I would be on serious debt and I would be in trouble. So that is a limited amount of freedom, right? I think everybody here can kind of agree on what I'm trying to say. So when you have control over your income, and when you have a higher income, much higher, let's say, income than what you have expenses, you have more freedom. If you were to be 10 times the wealth that I am right now, you could take, let's say, just for a rule of thumb, you could take 10 times more the amount of free days or days off work that I get, just to give a silly example. So you'd be 10 times freer than I am, if that makes any sense. So you can kind of sort of try to quantify it as well. So the point here is to try and live a healthily frugal lifestyle. We do not spend every penny that we earn. Actually, we try to spend the minority of the pennies that we earn, so that we can take those pennies and invest in things that will give us money back. That's the idea. That's the whole idea behind, behind investing and, balance sheet and whatnot. So this method consists in thoroughly taking notes of all income sources and expenses, computing and categorizing expenses by type. So if you have, for example, grocery shopping, or if you have mortgage payments, or if you have transportation, or if you have your utilities, you will categorize each kind of expense, and then you will compute some sort of statistics in the end. Obtaining rankings of spending priorities that can be reviewed, reduced, or eliminated if possible. Okay, so you will rank up after you compute everything. You will rank up. Okay, which are the highest offenders, the biggest offenders? These here. Is there anything here that we can reduce? Is there anything here that we can completely eliminate? If yes, why not? Why don't we do so? This is the basis behind it. So this means making sacrifices. Okay, this has a high implication. This means making sacrifices, finding whenever possible new sources of income or new spending opportunities that will yield better cost benefit as previous ones. So what does this mean? Let me try and explain this if it's not clear enough. You will try to find alternatives for your spending habits that give you a good quality while being a little bit cheaper. When you compromise on the price, you kind of compromise on the quality too. But sometimes there's a diminishing return curve. A diminishing return curve means that you have to spend a lot more resources to get a little bit more benefit. So the point is, if you could get something for a quality, let's say from 1 to 10, let's say it's a quality 8, but to get that something you spend 100. What would you say about taking a 7, instead of spending 100, spending 70? That's a 70% decrease on the price for a 1% decrease, for a 10% decrease on a 30% decrease on the price for a 10% decrease on the quality, if that makes any sense at all. I mean, I know I'm going off topic, not off topic really, but I'm going, this was a kind of a wild example. I don't have a concrete example here. I mean, sorry for the rawness of it all, but I had little to no time to put this together, so yeah, just bear with me. I wanted to do this today because today was the day of the purchase of the home. So I've been working on this kind of like crazy on the last few days. So yeah, sorry. The key word here is compromise. But you don't just compromise blindly. You compromise with some sort of you compromise with a good analysis behind it. You don't just go with your gut, okay? You don't just cut it and don't look at it at all. No, you can't just, go live under a tree, go live under a bridge. You don't do that. So there is an analysis behind your compromises. So compromise, this is someone asking me a question, for example. Compromise, do I have to compromise your health or happiness in order to save money? Absolutely not. In fact, the plan is to steadily improve health, wealth, education, your overall quality of life over time, okay? You won't improve overnight, you improve over years, but improving nonetheless. Having said that, almost ever the most expensive equate to the best quality. That's the thing that I was trying to mention before on diminishing returns. Sometimes to get a 10% increase in benefit and quality, you have to spend 50% more in the cost, on your resources, on money. So that's the compromise that I try to mention. Good food, for example, just to mention a wild card there, good food isn't necessarily expensive, same as good clothes, good education, good healthcare, good home, good car. And here on education and healthcare I put an asterisk because just to mention on the USA kind of thing, when it comes to higher education and healthcare in USA, bills can add up quickly and can be extremely expensive. In one such case, middle class homes, because we're practically speaking to the middle class, should have a much closer look, a deeper, more self-reflective look into what constitutes quality of education to job opportunity, for example. I mean, is it a granted thing that if I go to a good college, then I'll have a good job, a good paying job that will allow me to pay my bills on time, every bill that I have? And I have a lot of bills from going to a good college in the US. And I might have other higher bills than that too. Maybe I bought a wildly expensive car and a house, or maybe I have, God forbid, healthcare bills to pay, which are extremely expensive in the US. So, okay, let's put an asterisk here because this is a more difficult problem to try to solve, but it's not without a solution at all. So, another question someone might ask, how do I take note of my expenses? I mean, start by making a spreadsheet listing of every single penny spent and every penny received in a pay month. So that's the basis. You start taking note of every penny received and spent. Keeping a list of expense versus income is not equivalent to knowing exactly the total amount of money available to your accounts. It's not equivalent because most of the times, if not every time, it probably will be some sort of error, calculation error, because we are human and we don't know when we have quarters that went under the pillow or under the track, the subway, or we might lose some few pennies here and there. We shouldn't, but might happen. And we might lose some sort of track, but we cannot lose too much of a track. So on a bi-weekly basis, it's necessary to measure all available cash, change, savings account, prepaid cards, etc., and confront the measured sum against the spreadsheet sum. That's what we call a balance inspection. We used to call this a balance inspection that we run on a bi-weekly basis, or at least a monthly basis. So our order of magnitude of tolerance for this error is of this percentage. So 100th of 1,000th of a percent, which means a penny in a $10,000 sum. Okay, this is the amount of error that we allow ourselves to. I don't hold you to that standard. You could hold yourself to a standard of a penny on $1,000, or even $1 in $1,000. I don't know. The point is, put yourself a limit, a tolerance limit. And then whatever falls in that tolerance range, you're allowed to lose. Okay? I put myself on a high tolerance range because I want to be as precise as possible. Just to mention an anecdote, today we went into the purchase with a certain sum of money. We had more than enough money to pay for the bills, to pay for all the expenses on the purchase. And what we did was we calculated everything, of course, and we calculated how much money would remain in our account at the end of the operation. We are now on a certain sum, and that sum, the error from our calculated value to the actual value in the account, is of about 115 euros. 115 error sum on a projected calculation, because we calculated this beforehand. 115 euros error on a tens of thousands of euros start account. It was on the order of, let's call it 50k. It was about that. So yeah, that is being precise with the calculations. And that is what allows us to have these results today. Okay, being precise with those calculations. So another question. How does listing my expense help me? I already know how much I spend. Do you really? Do you know exactly how much money you have this moment in all your accounts? In all your money sources? Don't tell me, of course. This is a self-reflection. I don't want to know it. You have to know it. I want you to know it. Exactly, to the T. Not that you have to have it at heart, but you have to have it somewhere. So, most people have little to no clue how much money they spend every month, especially on superfluous toys and trinkets. That's one of the worst offenders from people. So when they go out to a shopping mall, and that in a weekend might be 100 euros or dollars. And for a family, or perhaps a couple, depends on people. I'm just guessing. It's sort of an educated guess. I've been there. I've been in those situations before I started doing this process, before 5 years ago. So, what was I saying? Sorry. Yeah, these are some of the worst offenders because these create a habit. You know, you don't just go to the shopping mall once in a lifetime. You go to the shopping mall on a weekly basis, on a bi-weekly basis, once a month. That's money coming out of your pocket every week, every month, every year. That's money that you're putting your cash and your work into that. And I'm not telling you not to. I'm telling you, evaluate what you're willing or not to compromise on. So, last bullet point. The point is, when you have a crystal clear picture of your expenses, you get the opportunity to come to terms with your bad spending habits. That's what I meant. You know, I'm not telling you do not go out with your kids and family and spouse and have fun together. I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you, evaluate what could be a less offender, a lesser spending habit, something that will allow you to enjoy time with people that you want to enjoy, but will maybe allow you to save a little bit more money at the end of the month. I'm just telling you to try and substitute. I'm not telling you to eliminate completely. But here you come back again to the self-reflection. This will depend on you. depending on what your habits are, maybe we'll have to cut a lot. Depending on where you stand financially, if you want to improve, maybe you're in a dreadful financial situation and you still want to improve. So you might have to take big compromises here and there. You might have to cut completely somewhere. So that's what I want you to think about. It's a self-reflection. I cannot tell you what to do. You have to tell yourself. So that will be the end of section 1. Just give me a moment. You're right. I mean, she was mentioning to me that the point of doing these sacrifices is for you to not only to accumulate money, just for the sake of accumulating money, and that's it. It's not that. The point is that once you accumulate that money, you are able to pay some big debt that you had and take that debt off your back, or perhaps you might want to invest that money in some business opportunity, in some investment opportunity that might give you money back and might put more money in your pocket after you invest that sum, and that might become, some security for you in the future. That's the plan. The plan is for you to evaluate your current expenses, evaluate your current income, try to think ways to save money, to put money aside, so that you can make your own money and perhaps even some loan work for you, make money work for you instead of you putting your own time into working for yourself, because that is not enough. That will not be enough for the rest of your life. And trusting on a 401k or trusting on a pension fund is not going to be enough either. You have to take concrete action towards your financial situation if you want to improve it at all. Okay, I'm going offline, I think. I'm online, but the stream. Okay, we're back. So this is section 2. She mentioned that, just to make her parenthesis as well. She was mentioning that you will not make sacrifices for the entirety of your life, for the rest of your life. You are going to make sacrifices for an extended period of time, but you will have, as you have a improvement planning for your finances. If you follow it strictly, you will also see that the quality of your life improves over time as well, and it improves at a steady pace. Every year that we followed on these 5-year steps, we saw ourselves improving a little bit more and a little bit more, up to a point that we are now living a much better life than we were 5 years ago.
For example, we have a personal trainer right now. Where did it go? Oh, we have a personal trainer right now every month, and we can afford it. I don't know, 2 years ago, we thought it was expensive, and we couldn't do that.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been, not that we could not do that, but it would have been much more expensive. Not expensive on the number per se, but expensive relative to our income to expenses report, ratio. So we wouldn't be able to sustain having some luxuries that we today can sustain having, because step by step, little by little, taking a systematic approach to money and saving and investing, we managed to improve a few aspects of our lives a little bit, little by little. And we're not living the big life. We're not. We're living on what? 50 square meter apartment in a fifth floor.
Without elevator.
Without elevator. We walk down flights of stairs, 5 flights of stairs every day.
But we're fit.
But we don't have any
overweight.
We're not overweight. We don't have any health issues. This is also kind of helpful. I mean, of course, it's a drag when you know that you have to go out and it's rainy outside, or it's cold outside. Or you have to go grocery shopping, or you have to take kids to school and back, and it's early morning, you don't want to go out. Yeah, it's a drag. Also, having 5 flight of stairs doesn't help. But well, that allowed us to be where we are. So it was a huge decision on our part. So yeah,
Can we talk about the projections we did last year? So.
So yeah, section 2, personal finances, saving, investing, and debt. So here we are going to enter a little bit more specific on what constitutes each of these, okay? So personal finances, there are ideally 3 aspects to personal finances: savings, investing, and debt. Okay, that's what we always mentioned so far. Basically, this is what it could, or maybe even should. This is not percentage on money, okay? It's not like the amount that I save is also the amount I divide everything in 3 equal parts of my money. No, that's not exactly it. I mean on importance. Savings should be equally important to investing in debt, okay? Maybe the amounts will differ, and they will differ. They will not be, pretty much the same. But yeah, the importance, the relative importance in a financial person, in a person's financial life should be pretty much the same. But who are we kidding? There's only debt, right? This is the monkey on our backs. And then there's our hopes and dreams right here, which are flimsy, if anything at all. These should be 0.5%, but the Excel just approximated them. Anyway, the point is it possible to come from this place to a place like this? Is it possible to come from a place of no hopes and dreams to a place of hope? A place of desperation to a place of hope? A place of lack to a place of what is the counter of lack? The opposite of lack? Presence, abundance. Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah. So, the TLDR of it is yes, of course, it is possible, but how is the question, right? Managing your personal finance. Think about it. Think of a situation where someone, maybe even you, are in a serious debt situation. And we know people like this. We know close friends and family members which are in a situation of some serious debt situation. It's not like they're going to have their house what's the name when the bank takes off your house, the what's the name? No, yeah, hipoteca, but what's the name of it? What's the name for hipoteca? Oh. Damn it, sorry, the English is failing me right now as usual. Let me just translate this word. Why do I have French? Mortgage. No. Why does it say mortgage? It's not mortgage. Well, what happens if you do not pay your mortgage, right? The bank just takes your home from you, because your home, if it's on a mortgage, your home's not yours. Your home's the bank's. So let's switch the.
Try casa lasta.
Che c'entra, Dani?
No, it's okay. That if you understand what is that, you know the word. It's when the bank takes your home because you didn't pay your mortgage fees.
Mortgage, hypothecation.
Hypothecation.
Depot is translated as hypothecation. Anyway, mortgage. Well, that's it, mortgage. So they will take it away from you. And we know some people here. What do we say to those people? Well, what do you spend money on? And then we see a 50-inch plasma TV on their wall, and we see a huge wall with 4 rooms, and we see a good, nice car, and everything is financed. And how much do they earn? Pretty much the same as us, and we earn an average income for a 2-people home, for a 3-people home. Nothing impressive. They have a much worse financial situation than us. They have much less control over their financial situation in comparison to people like us. We don't have all those fancy, luxurious, shiny objects in our rooms or in our homes, but we do not fear the day that something, if God forbid we were to need some surgery, if we were to need some medical care, we are pretty much covered. We could pay for it from our own pockets without having even to take money from the bank. We could. We would rather not if we could avoid it, but if necessary, we would be able to. So being in this situation gives you peace of mind. Gives you peace of mind because you go to sleep and you wake up and you know everything's okay. Nothing bad is going to happen to you or your family because you have already taken some sort of care for it. I mean, we're not rich. Again, we don't have $1 million mansions or $1 million what do you call? No, assicurazione. What do you call assicurazione?
I don't know.
Insurance. We don't have $1 million insurance either. We cannot cover every kind of damage, but we can cover quite a lot of damage. You know, damage to property, damage to ourselves. We can cover it. We're not worried. That's the point. We are okay. We're doing okay. So, first thing, if you want to go from the circle on the left to the circle on the right, first thing you have to do is to take responsibility. Take responsibility over your finances. Take responsibility over your life, over your spending habits. So, finance is math. This implies calculating income versus expenses. This implies the whole deal that we're talking about here. I mean, it's not magic, it's not luck, it's math. So if you do math right, you will be able to reach the same conclusions we reached. And if you take the actions, because doing the math will not do the work for you. After you do the math, you have the realization, you have the number clear, crystal clear in your head. Then after you have that number crystal clear, you go back to the slide that I mentioned before. You have that moment of realization. Oh my God, I'm spending so much money in this thing while I could be saving all that money. So if you start saving that money, think about how much, and you do that for a year's period, only that. Think about how much money you would have extra in that year that could help you get rid of some big problem that you have, because you might have some big payment due. That's the idea. So you come to the realization when you do the math. Measuring will not only give you an accurate picture of your balance sheet, but will highlight your biggest expenditures. We have already mentioned this, kind of. So take a deep, self-reflective look into your biggest expenditures. Learn to recognize where you can save on unnecessary spending. And then take every penny spent in a small investment, and take every penny spent as a small investment. Research where you're going to spend your money beforehand. Don't just go for the first thing that you see.
Yeah. Try
and compare that thing to their alternatives. You might find an alternative that is maybe a little bit worse, but at a much lower price. That's a better deal in my book.
What about the school bag we were talking last time?
Oh yeah,
she's
mentioning our kids' school bag. Our kid Gisele, she just started going to elementary school, and so we had to purchase all her materials, books, and her bag. And she wanted a bag from some YouTuber who is pretty famous among kids here in Italy. And he was selling their bags were selling like 150 euros. And we said, cutie, we would like to buy that for you, but it's too expensive. Average prices on bags here cost 50 euros. That bag was kind of triple that number. So we said, cutie, no, I'm going to purchase you this other, just as pretty bag, just as functional, just as good quality. I mean, it's not that, it's just a bag for kids. It's not a huge quality kind of item. So it is probably made in China. You not to be. I don't want to be. I don't want to say that Chinese products are not good. But many times, unfortunately, you find Chinese products that are not good, just because of the way they manufacture things. They manufacture things on a penny. They pay people $1 a day, or even less sometimes. So they mass produce so much that you can't expect to have a high standard of quality for everything that comes from there. So yeah, I'm not saying anything new here. So we purchased her a beautiful backpack, unicorn backpack, pink unicorn, whatever.
That we choose together. That we choose together on Amazon.
We chose with her. She chose her own bag. She agreed with it, and she is so happy with it. And we are happy because we didn't have to spend 3 times as much on a bag that she's going to look for a year and then not use anymore.
But we explained to her that we preferred buying her a cheaper school bag, but paying her English lessons because she's taking English lessons, and we explained it to her, and she agreed on everything.
Yeah.
And I'm very happy to teach her.
That is another great point, because she at the same time that she is going to school, and on school they have some English lessons, we are also having a private tutor, an Australian private tutor. She is great with our kid. Our kid loves her to death, and when is she coming? When is she coming? She's all excited when she hears about her. And yeah, we said, if we purchase this bag for you, this 150 euro bag, we might not be able to pay for your tutor, for your English tutor, and we would like you to have that tutor instead, and this other bag that costs just like the others, and it's pretty much what you like.
Yeah, and she agreed.
She agreed. She is happy with the bag. We are happy because we didn't spend that much money. We are happy because she's getting her education in English, and she's getting exposed to someone who's not from just here in Europe, in Italy. And yeah, everyone wins. Everybody wins.
We win.
Yeah, I mean, she didn't get the bag that she wanted, the first bag that she wanted, but she would have looked into that bag for a year, maybe even less, and then she would have, just moved on.
Yeah, but we're teaching them to choose wisely where to spend her money.
Exactly.
Is it worth it to spend the money on a school bag that maybe she will use this year and maybe next year she doesn't like? Or is it better to learn English, that it's something that will
remain
forever?
With you. Yeah. You learn it once and it remains with you, and you still learn it. I mean, I'm still learning English, and I started out when I was 8 years old. So, what is that? 10 years ago? So, again, take responsibility. Save your money, don't spend unless strictly necessary. Let's go through some examples, okay? So grocery shopping. We have already went through an example with the kid, with the bag. Let's go through some other practical examples. We did this with every spending aspect in our lives. So this is the next aspect. Grocery shopping. Small supermarkets, at least here in Europe, in Italy, they tend to be more expensive, not less. A smaller supermarket, not a chain one, tends to be more expensive, because they probably don't have the mass availability of products that bigger chains have. So choose to shop once or twice a month on discount market chains, maybe a Costco. We have some chains over here that are a little bit more comparable to Costco or something. I'm not telling you eat dirt. I'm not telling you to eat badly. I'm not telling you to compromise too heavily on the food you put in your mouth. In fact, I'm telling you not to compromise on food. I'm telling you, though, paying more for food doesn't equal to paying for better quality food. Because better quality food can be found at a cheaper price, especially in the US. I hear. I don't live in the US, but that's what I hear. I mean, I know that in US, I mean, what is fast food? Why is fast food an English named food? Because it's in the US. You created it. I mean, the American created it. So it's trash food, and you would benefit so much more, and not only on health care, on health standpoint, but also on financial standpoint, if you just chose to eat fruits and vegetables and meat, and that's it. If you were to strictly eat fruits, vegetables, meat, and drink water, no sugar, a little bit of salt, a little bit of oil, you would benefit so much more, both financially and health-wise. And yeah, your life would just be improved just by doing that, solely by doing that. I know it's an extreme example, but it gives you an idea what you could do. I'm not telling you to do exactly that. I'm not telling you to do that. If you want, you could do that. But if you don't want to reach that far, you could still take steps towards that way, and perhaps not eat too much garbage food and too expensive food. You could find new sources of food that are good quality and not as expensive. That's the point. And try to buy in bulk. Buy in bulk will most likely be cheaper than, buy in bulk. That's the concept. You buy in bulk, you buy in quantity, and then you pay less for the amount. Here in Italy, we have a plethora of street markets where you can buy fresh, prime quality produce, meat, fish at a ridiculous price when compared to any supermarkets.
Definitely, I go to the street market every weekend, every Saturday.
At least,
let's say with 20, 30 euros, you can buy a lot of fruit, vegetables for the week. You will be eating very well, very healthy. And we love this. You don't have to spend a lot of money, and you are well fed.
You're well fed.
Yeah.
It's good for your health. It's nutrition. It's the basis of nutrition.
You're not putting weight.
Yeah. And you're bringing up and down your
exactly
the five flights of stairs. She is not bringing it up. I'm bringing it up along with her on my back. So I'm keeping healthy, but she's not. Anyway, doesn't matter. Eating healthily is an enormous part of living a healthy lifestyle, which in turn would be helpful to it would help prevent future expenses with healthcare. Hopefully, yeah, of course. Who knows? This is a huge theme, but ideally, yes. It's not without a reason that doctors tell us all the time to eat healthy food, just because it will improve our health standard of living. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to spend any more time on that. I think you get the idea. Living expenses. Next example. So how to save money on living expenses? Well, first of all, you don't need to go live on the streets, under a bridge, or anything like that. You don't have to go live on an unsafe neighborhood just because the price is lower. We have unsafe neighborhoods here which are cheap as dirt. But we don't go live there. We live on a good neighborhood. It's not the best neighborhood out there.
But it's pretty decent.
But it's a decent neighborhood. We have access to pretty much everything we need around here. We have access to medical care. We have access to education schools.
Family-friendly neighborhood.
Family-friendly neighborhood. We are our own little cosmos over here in this neighborhood. We could be completely isolated from the rest of the city. Not even the rest of the world, just the rest of the city.
Exactly.
And we would be just fine. But we spend a lot less than if we were to live in the city center. A lot less.
Even if living in the city center is, come si dice carino?
Pretty. It's pretty to live in the city
chic.
center.
Okay, let's say it's chic to say you live in the city center, and because Turin it's also it's a beautiful city. And every time I go to the city center, I say, "Oh my God, I live in this place," and I almost never see.
Yeah, we're baffled
because we don't need to go there for almost anything.
Yeah, we chose the place where we could have pretty much everything accessible, just so we didn't have to take the car every time. So if we need to grocery shop, we can take a 5-minute walk and we are on the supermarket, or we are on the street market and shopping. If we have to go take her to school, the kid to school, we can have
a 10-minute walk.
10-minute walk and we're on her school. If we have to go to the doctor, we have a few home doctors here and there, and we have hospitals not too far away. For the hospitals, yes, we have to take the car, but it's not too far. It's like a 10-minute drive.
Yeah.
Because taking the car here is kind of chaotic as well. So we try to minimize the amount of times that we take the car. Also, that implicates on me not losing too much of my time, which I could be using to work, and we not spending as much in gasoline and gas. And also, someone here is honking a lot. So, We started living in a 50 square meter apartment in the 5th floor with no elevator, decent neighborhood, paying a small rent for it. At first, we rented this place we live in. We paid a small rent, but a rent nonetheless. After less than a year's rent, we decided to buy this place from the old owner, and we've been living here since. I mean, it's been what, 3 plus 3 years?
2 years.
2 to 3 years, a little bit more than 2.
Yeah,
Since
more than 2.
we moved in
2 years and a half. We moved
2019.
we moved here in 2018.
18?
January, yeah. And in
Okay, it's almost
March.
3 years. It's almost 3 years. I mean,
Yeah.
it's almost 2022.
Yes, it's 2
So
years
it's
and a
almost-
half we have
yeah,
been living here.
Call it 2.5 years. So 2 to 3 years. And we bought it. Why did we buy it? Because this was our second home, second investment. It was not an actual investment. I know you technically cannot say that this is an investment because it's our home. But the thing is, even though we do not rent it out, we do not rent this place, we live in this place, we do get a lesser expense.
Yeah.
Having purchased it and having a mortgage over it is less than half the price that you used to pay on the rent.
Like at the time we calculated it.
Yeah.
What if we rent this place? What if we live here and we notice that we will be spending less? So that was money that was not going out.
Yeah, it was not money going out of our pockets.
Yeah, and so it's what's equal to just having money.
Yeah,
But-
which kind of equates. I mean, yeah. So if you have a certain amount of money that you have to dedicate to your rent, right? So cut that in half. Try to think that you literally cut that in half every month, and then the other half you just keep to yourself. That's money in your pocket, and it's a 30-year mortgage on this home as well, on our home, and it's a good position. It's not, even though it's a fifth floor, which is not accessible to everyone. It's a good position home to have. And we have heard some talk about the mayor doing some subway station nearby, which would increase prices in the nearby area, which would increase prices in the neighborhood, for the real estate, which would increase value of our home.
Yeah.
With respect to the purchasing offer that we had.
Like, did you talk about the metro?
Yeah, the subway.
And also we are going. Come si dice l'amministrazione?
The administration fees. The
No,
administration,
no.
condominium administration?
No, l'amministratore.
Condominium administrator.
Yeah, they are going to install
To
an
install
elevator.
an elevator.
An elevator,
Yeah.
and so that's a big upgrade. Yeah.
That's a bit of an upgrade on our home.
Like if we ever think about selling this place, we can sell it at a higher price than we bought.
But not even sell. If we were ever to move out, and we
No,
do have
rent,
plans,
yeah.
we do have plans in the future, let's say 5 years from now, to move out of this place. We do have plans of not living in a 5th floor bed, two room. How do you say it? Well, 50 square meter apartment for the rest of our lives. We do intend to expand. But when that happens, whenever that happens, we might just rent this place because it will be better positioned. You might already have an elevator. You might already have a subway nearby. So much we could reach out to a lot more people, and we would have invested so little to start off, which it would not only compensate, it would have already paid its own cost.
Exactly.
So yeah, let's move on. Search for utilities provider. This is another way of saving money on your living expenses. Search for utilities providers that can offer flat rates, all inclusive. So they might offer you a fixed price for all your home utilities, for water, electricity, kitchen gas, internet, sometimes even.
Yeah.
That's a huge deal, on a huge discount if you were to pay for everyone singularly. I mean, we ourselves tested that with a company here in Italy. What's the name of the company? I don't want to
with,
make any sponsors.
Nen.
Nen.
The name is Nen. It's
Yeah.
Nen.
NEN. I don't know if you have any of that outside of Italy, but that was a huge deal for us here. I mean, we
are almost saving
switched.
half the price we used to pay.
If we were to combine all the, we've done our calculations for a few years now, so we know pretty much the prices that we used to pay for each of our homes, because we had 2 homes up to now. So when we compare those prices to what we pay for a few months, how many months have we been paying? 6 months. So 6-month period we've been paying this company all inclusive. It's more than half saved on expenses. I mean, so far so good. 6 months is not too big of a period, but 50% decrease on your expenses, living expenses.
That's money in your pocket and not money in others' pocket.
Yeah, in someone else's pocket, in a company's pocket, you know. So again, on take responsibility. Next example is education. So let's redefine education here for a moment. Just bear with me. Education is the process of developing a critical thinking through logical reasoning in such a way that it equips you with the tools for evaluating a given problem and finding out an acceptable resolution. So I am distinguishing education from formal education. Formal education is when you go to school, you go to high school and then you get a high school degree, a high school diploma. You go to college and then you get a major, you get a college diploma. When you go to school, you get qualifications as well, for sure. I mean, you do not become an engineer, as I am an engineer. You do not become an architect, you do not become a lawyer or a doctor without formal education. Yes, but you having a degree and you having that formal education does not mean that you know how to think critically. That does not equate. Because critical thinking, logical reasoning, unfortunately, are not themes that are majorly treated by your educational institutions. Unfortunately, on all levels. I have met quite a lot of students. I have had quite a lot of colleagues. And I can say for myself, I know that's anecdotal, but I'm sure so many people will agree with that not everyone, not to say many of those people that come out of the colleges with you or even with better grades than you, they sometimes do not know how to do the work. They are not necessarily good professionals. They're not necessarily people that think critically and use logic, reasoning. Okay? And they many times do not know how to solve some problems, which are life problems. You know, if you have something that you have to deal with and you have to take a systematic approach to deal with it, you cannot just wing it. I see people not being able to, I know people who are not able to deal with it, and some of those are my colleagues or ex-colleagues. So education is learning to distinguish useful information from unuseful, irrelevant one. Education requires a constant effort into researching new sources of information and then learning how to filter out the noise and examine the core of the problem at hand. Okay, so it's not just I go, I enter, I take my tests, I pass my tests, I come out with a degree. That's not education, in my opinion. Education is a process. Education is an attitude that you have because you have something in your brain that tells you that something or some things, they do have a sense to it. You know, it makes sense that I go from A to B to C, and these ABC steps are, you know, something concrete, something that you actually can visualize and you can do, and you move forward from one to the other logically. That's education. It's a process. College education, while important, fundamentally important, I would say, unfortunately will not teach you this process. This is something that you alone can teach yourself, can learn by yourself. The good news is, educating yourself in this way doesn't cost too much, doesn't have to cost a lot. For you to have a good logical reasoning, for you to have a good critical thinking process, you don't have to spend nearly as much as you would spend in an Ivy League school or college. We have seen an Ivy League school from elementary up to high school, all the way up to high school here nearby in our city for our kid, and it was 20 grand a year just the fee, because you have extracurricular activities that also cost, and we also total another 10 to 12k a year, so it would be 32k a year only on her education. And it was another kind of education. We felt that the education there was a lot more in depth than your usual college or high school education, public education, or otherwise. Still, it's a way big of a price that we could afford in a time like this in our lives. We would have liked to put her there just because the mindset of the people that we found there, the teachers, we spoke with some of the teachers there, and they were amazing. I mean, personally, I thought that they were capable of teaching your students how to think critically. I thought so. I'm not sure. I didn't participate on it, but I think the education there is much, much better. Right. But either way, you educating yourself to think and to critically think and to reach logical conclusions to problems doesn't have to be costly. It doesn't have to be a process that costs you hundreds or thousands of dollars. Okay, so keep that in mind. You can find unlimited online sources of great information from all branches of science or knowledge for pennies on a dollar. Khan Academy, Udemy, Coursera, Blinkist, some of our favorite websites. Of course, I would even put YouTube here, or Google. You just have to know how to look for things. I mean, of course, you can't just type whatever you want to search and go with the first result. You have to go through the results, and then you have to confront the results with other results, and you have to confront your own conclusions to other people's conclusions, and you have to talk with people, and then you start learning how to think through it, how to say, okay, this makes sense, this made sense for me up to a point, this doesn't make sense. So you have to learn to distinguish. That's the process. I mean, it's the process of discovery. We're all bound to discovery. So, and again, on taking responsibility, moving on from education. Education is a huge step on the process, on the whole process. I mean, what we're doing here is sort of educating ourselves on finance. So, transportation, let's talk that. Is it possible for you to walk or bike to work? Is it possible to take public transportation, buses, subway, trains, shuttle? Is a car a viable option? Is car sharing viable option either with a colleague or friend or through a company? Is it possible for you to have a company car? Do you need a dedicated car to yourself to commute to and from work? Could your car be cheaper than what it is right now? Are there other transportation means available to you? I forgot to finish the sentence. Sorry. I would even say, would you, if a car is absolutely necessary for you, would you be able to find perhaps a cheaper way of spending your gasoline? Perhaps you might detour. Perhaps you might take another route. Perhaps you might park the car a little bit earlier, then walk a piece. You do the most of it, and then you walk a little bit. That's saving money. That's putting your time and effort and energy in order to save money. I'm not saying you have to do these things. I'm just trying to list a lot of things that you could try and do. Okay? I'm sure everyone, I myself have things that we can improve in our spending habits in order to make a little bit more money in the end of the month. So yeah, this was pretty quick, but I think was pretty incisive as well. I mean, it was cut and dry. So we're now moving on from point 2 on managing your personal finance. So work your day job, your part-time job, your freelance gigs, and find some extra work that you can handle. don't just stick to one. Don't just do your day job and that's it. I mean, me going on YouTube and going on Twitch is a sort of an attempt of me trying and find new ventures for myself. Not to mention that we invest in real estate when we can. We do not invest in real estate every day. We invest in real estate whenever we have the sum money to purchase a new home and then put it on rent. But now that we have a dedicated home for renting, that's going to be a part-time job for us. It's going to consume a lot of time because we have to prepare the home, we have to receive guests, we have to handle the keys, we have to handle some of their objections or requests, we have to clean the rooms. That is work. It consumes time. But it gives us more money at the end of the month. So we're doing it. Daniela herself, she's working part-time most of the times because some of her work is invisible. Some of her work is immaterial, but it counts so much. For example, we live in Italy, right? But we are not Italian, we're not European citizens. I mean, she got the citizenship, but she just got it recently. It's not been a year that she's got it. But up until now, she had been doing residency permits. And you have no idea what extra EU people have to go through on the document side of things.
Are you talking about me?
I'm talking also about you. I'm talking about the fact that the extra EU, they have to do so much paperwork that
sometimes it's like a work.
It is not only a chore, it is a work. It is a part-time work. No kidding. If I were to take my own time away from work, from my day job, in order to make my own documents, I would have easily spent a third or more than my working time.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's crazy.
Italian bureaucracy is crazy. You
Yeah.
have to go in one place and ask something, and then to go to another, and then you have to come back to the first place.
Yeah. It's a ping pong. I mean,
Exactly.
you're a ping pong.
I hate that.
Yeah. So you're going back and forth, and all that is time consuming that you could be working. So because some of her work is invisible, because she is able to do many of the documents on my behalf, I can dedicate my time to work, and that's it. And then when she comes back at home, it's not like she doesn't do anything at all. She also works. She has a part-time job as well on a freelance platform. I mean, her freelance platform of choice is Upwork. She uses Upwork. She also finds a lot of jobs through Facebook as well. She found a lot of translation jobs on Facebook pages. She found a lot of work on LinkedIn as well. Her LinkedIn profile is getting more and more views over time because she is, assuring herself as a freelance professional doing translation and virtual assistants. So give yourself work. Her work permeates into my work because sometimes she has extra work that she cannot handle. So she handles it to me, and I take it and I do it because I can translate in few languages. I speak fluently 3 languages: English, Italian, and Portuguese, my native language. So I can translate in between the 3, some combinations of the 3. And so, when I finish my day job, I'm either streaming or I'm doing some work with her, or I might be doing something else. I might be doing my workout on the gym. I might be playing with my kid, but we don't work 24/7, but we work a lot. We don't only work 40 hours a week. That's what I mean to say. So find yourself some work. How do you do that? How do you find work? Well, whatever you know how to do, there's someone out there doing that same thing for a price. Whatever you know how to do, if you know how to fix things, if you're a good handyman, if you're a good, I don't know, whatever, name your ability. You have an ability. We're speaking here. You're able to understand me, so that's an ability. You're able to understand what I'm saying. You're able to follow through. You have logical reasoning. Use your tools at your disposal and try to sell yourself on those. On one of those. You don't have to sell yourself on everything, but find one thing that you can sell yourself on. I mean, I don't have to teach you how to find a job. The assumption here is you have a job. If I have to teach you how to get a job, man, you're in dire straits. I cannot help you. I cannot be here teaching you how to get a job. I'm here trying to teach you to use some of your skills that you might not realize that you already have to find more jobs. Okay, so that would be one of the things that I'm trying to make you realize. You might know a thing or two that could be of use for a certain number of people in your local area on the internet. If you search for people that want that kind of service, that want that kind of knowledge, you will find it. And those people might be willing to pay for your expertise. So you might benefit on learning how to promote yourself. Mostly through the internet, through social media, websites. Maybe you need a dedicated website. Maybe you need some social media manager to, that you hire, and then he goes and puts your name out there. And then when he puts your name out there, people will see you and they will come back to you and they will hire you, and then you work for them. Or maybe on freelancing platforms, like I mentioned, there are a few. I mean, there's Upwork, there's Freelance. Fiverr would be another one, just to mention. Or you could go, I don't know, there are many. I don't know that many. I'm not into freelance as much. Daniela knows a lot more about that. Or even podcasts. If you're good at speaking about certain thing that interests people, start a podcast. Why not? Start speaking to people, and people might gather around and listen to you. So you can still learn new spendable skills. This goes back to the education topic we were mentioning. You're not dead. You have a functioning brain, so you can learn. You know what? Learn. You're not done learning. Nobody is. We're still learning. So put your time and effort into learning things. But how do you learn things? Do I get back to college? No, don't. I wouldn't say go back to college. I mean, you have already went out of college, perhaps, or school, and they're now working. I mean, go to college if that's the purpose of your life. If the purpose of your life is being an engineer, being a doctor, being an astrophysicist, go for it. I'm not going to tell you no. I'm not going to tell you not to do it. But don't go to college thinking that will give you more of an upper hand in the work side of things, because it won't. Sorry, I have to take a sip of water. Sorry about that. What I'm trying to say is, try and learn new abilities through some platforms. Okay, through Upwork. I wouldn't say Upwork. You don't learn on Upwork, but through Udemy, through Khan Academy, through YouTube, through some sort of. You can learn, man. You can learn how to do some things that might complement that ability that you already have. If you're a good handyman, it might benefit learning how to put together a website, because then, or you could hire somebody to do that for you. But anyway, you would have to have some communication with some people. If you don't want to learn it yourself, then you have to hire someone else to do that for you. But you could put yourself out there. So this is point 2. Work your day job, part-time freelancing gigs, and find some extra work that you can handle. So we were mentioning finding skills that you have that might be useful for others. Sorry, I can't read anymore. So, are you a good writer? If you're a good writer, you could do proofreading freelance gigs. Proofreading, I mean, it's huge on freelancing platforms. They pay a lot of money for that. Do you master more than one language? It's not enough to say that you have a C2, just an intermediate level of understanding of a language. You have to have mastery. You have to speak fluently if you want to get into translation. Otherwise, you risk causing some damage to people hiring you, and then damage to your own profile. Okay? You have to master more than a language. If you want to do translation work, that is. If you don't, then don't do that. Go do something else. No biggies. I don't do everything. I don't do proofreading. I'm not a good writer. I'm not a good graphic designer or animator, so I don't go looking for logos or animations or GIFs. No, I mean, this is huge on Twitter, or on Twitch, sorry. On people who are graphic designers or animators doing work for people who are on social media. I mean, that's huge. Or perhaps if you're good on video editing, you might work for a YouTuber. If you're good on video editing, if you know video editing tools, you can promote yourself as a video editor freelance. And then some people on YouTube might hire you. And you having that one job rather than no job is already a huge plus in your freelance platform. You know, the biggest step to make on a freelance platform such as Upwork is getting from 0 hires to 1 hire, and from 0 jobs to 1 job, and from 0 balance account to 1 balance account. To 1 balance account, I mean to having had money go to you through the platform, because that step is the beginning of your career, and it launches you. The platform actually launches you, so it makes you more noticeable to future prospects. So yeah, don't underestimate it. Are you tech savvy? You could do online tech support. I do tech support myself in my day job, and most of my tech support is done online. It's done in a distance. You know, I'm not physically present on the tech support that I do. And I mean, if I were to do tech support every day only, I'd be happy. I wouldn't complain. I would like it. I would like to just stay in my computer, my home, and do tech support from my place to someone else wherever they are in Italy. I can't go everywhere in the world in the line of work that I do, in the job that I am hired for. But yeah, if I could, I would. No problem, no biggie. In post-COVID 2021, a Zoom technical assistants are greatly required as a freelance, and they are well paid. Sometimes an hour of their work can cost up to $50-$60 an hour. Okay, so this is a huge pay for a Zoom technical assistant. You have to know well the Zoom platform. But if you learn that, going back to the education part, if you learn that Zoom is not difficult, it's only a connection software. It's much like Skype. It's much like MS Teams. That is a venue that you could offer yourself for. And Zoom in 2020, 2021 exploded with COVID. So again, third point on managing your personal finance. Learn to invest into ventures that do not require your own time to make profit. Learn to invest into ventures that do not require your own time to make profit. But what will it require? It will require money. So investing means you put money, not time, into your venture. You don't earn per hours worked. You earn on return on investment. You earn your return on investment. Return on investment is, I put X amount of money. After a certain amount of time, I receive more than X. And this more can be 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, can be 1.5 times. Depends. Depends on what venture you put your money in, how much time has passed, and how profitable it is. Because the most profitable one will 2-fold, 3-fold, 10-fold. And so, yeah, I mean, you get the idea. You didn't put time, you put resources, you put money on it. If you invest smartly, though, you will maximize earnings per dollar spent. You will maximize how much you earn for each dollar that you put in. So if you put 100K, I know 100K is a wild card here, but just bear with me. If you put 100K and you recover 200K, that's a 2 time. So it's 2 times your investment. It's 2 ROI. But if you put actually ROI is a measure of time. Is a measure of time on break-even point is a measure of time. ROI is a measure of how much it increases. I'm going on memory. But I believe that would be the definition anyway. Going back to what I was saying, if you invest smartly, you will research before putting your money, committing your money to a venture. And by doing the research, you will increase your chances of having a higher earning come back to you. Therefore, choosing where to invest is the real challenge. It's not choosing if to invest, it's choosing where to. It's not a question of if, okay? If you decide to invest, now where do you invest? Because not every investment is equal. Not all investments require large sums of money. This is a good place to start. Notice also that investments that require a small sum of money are usually not as profitable. So if you have 50K to invest, which is a lot more reasonable, it's not too wild a card of something that you might have already saved up for your investment. Don't expect to triple, quadruple, 10x, tenfold, 20-fold, okay? If you're already 2 to 3 times, you're on a great spot. And tell me, what did you do? Because I want to know. Okay, because you're investing a small sum of money if you're investing 50K. This is the real deal. I mean, of course, we're just people. We're not, huge bank accounts, just normal people. But if you invest in a smart way, you might be able to maximize it nonetheless, even though with a small sum of money. And then you start earning a little bit more, and we'll get to that. Okay, we'll get to that on section 3. We're almost there. Study thoroughly your investment opportunities. Study them thoroughly before deciding, before investing, because it's the thorough study on your investment opportunities that will tell you just how much you can expect to win once you're invested. Then you can compare what you're actually earning with your projection and say, this was a good investment, this was not a good investment. Otherwise, how will you know? How will you, even if you were to go through the hassle of depriving yourself and making sacrifices to save money, and then saving money for years in order to invest in something, how would you know that that's a good investment to start with? How would you know? You have to make calculations. Here, forget about calculating for personal for saving money. Forget about that, which is already the biggest part of the work. That's the actual blunt of the work. But think about the investing part of things. How would you ever know that an investment opportunity is good if you didn't calculate it? You wouldn't. So you would just, throw it in you might as well buy the lottery. You would be just a game chance, a game of luck. How do you call that? I don't remember how to call that. Anyway, so point number 3: learn to invest into ventures that do not require your own time to make profit. So here we have an example. And I'm speaking for ourselves. This is our example. I can't go too wild here, but just listen up. We have started investing in real estate back in 2017. That's when we first bought a home. We started saving in 2015 to 16, late 15, early 16. Then we bought our first home in 2017. First rental property on a 20% advancement in our mortgage on a 2-room apartment. Before we decided that was the right property for us, we visited 50 other apartments and calculated for each of them our net income. Give me a moment. I have to close the drapes. Just give me a moment. I'll be right back. So, 50 homes that we stepped on. We enter the home, we watch it through and through, we look up to front, top to down to top, whatever, and we came back home, we came back with numbers, we put those numbers on a spreadsheet, we calculate everything that we could, and we were thinking, even overthinking, okay, so if we purchase this home that we just visited, how would our net income look like? It would look like this. Okay, is this good? Well, to say if it's good, we have to have a comparison, something to compare to. So we went to another one and another one. In 50 times we did that. What did that give us? Some experience, some level of experience. So the number one home in our calculations, the number one in terms of, out of 50, the number one that we got in terms of return of our investment and increasing our income was the one that we bought. We bought that one after we visited 50 others. So there was no pressure. There was zero pressure on us for a purchase, for making money from the part of the sellers, from the part of the agency, the real estate agents. People try to pressure you into doing things. Real estate agents will try to pressure you. We felt that even recently when we were deciding the third home to purchase. Today I went there in the morning and it was just as simple and just as easy as sending your mom a gift card. It was simple, it was easy, it was not a tense moment. It was not an exciting moment. Why? Because we had calculated and done so much thinking, logical and reasonable thinking through that process, that it was expected to be so. It shouldn't be an emotional moment. It should be a pragmatic moment. It should be a calculated moment. But we were so excited about it because it's our first, only investment only on Airbnb. So anyway, we regularly rented that home to transfer students, which was at the time our best option. And that home has never been vacant since. We had never had a huge profit from it, we have to say it. It was not a huge profit from it, but for our first purchase, we had a profit from day one. From the purchase day, we had a profit on that home because it was already rented. We had never stopped renting that home, and it had never went under. It had never went on the red. It was always on a net positive for us. So it's always cash coming in, even though little, not too much. And how did we know it was not too much? It was not on day one that we knew there was not too much money coming in. It was on day 365. After an entire year of renting, we look back into all the expenses and income, and then we say, oh, it actually was not all that good. But you know what? We had to rent it for an entire year for us to recognize that number. It was not immediate because things do not happen immediately. I mean, we only could confront the numbers, the actual numbers from it, after we had our IRS. It's not IRS, it's another acronym for it. But after we had our, after we done our declaration, our taxes. After we done taxes. After taxes, we saw, it was actually smaller than what we calculated, but it was still positive. That's a win. On your first home, that's a win. We had only paid on that money, on that house, on the day of the purchase. Ever since the purchase, everything was paid for itself by the rent. The rent that we get from the people coming in is what pays for the mortgage on the house. I don't pay for it anymore. So I bought a house on a 20%. Do you see the point? I bought a house on a discount of 80%. That's equivalent. Because I leveraged the bank 80% advancement, 80% loan, and then I rent it. And then the rent pays for the mortgage and gives me cash back. And then I get money coming in. I bought a house on a huge discount, and I'm still going for more. Your first property will always be a wrong one. Someone quoted that to me once. I don't remember the person. I remember I read this once or heard this once from someone, and I don't remember who. But your first property will always be a wrong one. Just extrapolate it and think that your first investment will most likely be a not ideal one. It will probably be a wrong one for some sort of reason, for some reason. But you will only notice it after a year's work, after a year's worth of work, because lack of experience. You cannot know things ahead of time. So I'm sorry, but that's just the nature things, you know. You have to go through things in order to gain experience, in order to know what's good or not for you. But for you to know that, you have to calculate. If you do not calculate, you can do all investments you want, you will never be able to evaluate it concretely. So number 3, learn to invest in ventures that do not require your own time to make profits. Still that same thing. Continuing from last one. Back in 2019, we were curious about Airbnb. We still were not into it, but we had no clue how it worked. We ran into the opportunity of managing a relative's property for a 3-month period. We had a relative who had a property that he was going away, and we had the ability to take it and rent it on Airbnb, so we did it. We agreed to manage every aspect of the operation. We created the profile, we cleaned up the place, we scheduled the dates, we welcomed guests, we accompanied guests when they needed to. We did everything. They only put their house. They gave us our key. It's someone we really trust. So we learned a lot about the details and techniques of the operation with Airbnb. In that short period of time, 2 months, we reached superhost status in our profile. In her profile, actually, it's Daniela's profile. She did it. She basically did it all by herself. I marginally helped her here and there. We were thrilled by the results. We started then renting our own foldable bed in the living room for that period of time. And we continued on gathering great reviews on the profile. She was already superhost. So we did a little bit of money that month. We did like 500 euros plus that month. Just from Airbnb alone. Just by renting our extra foldable bed. So this experience led us to reevaluate our method. I mean, we were first only renting to students. Then after this experience on Airbnb, we started rethinking things. Maybe Airbnb could be a breakthrough. So when confronting the potential net income from a dedicated rental property to an Airbnb rental, it was the absolute most profitable one, the Airbnb one. Absolute most profitable one. So in early 2020, so let's say call it January, we decided we were going to purchase a small studio in the historical city center only for Airbnb. And now here we are with the studio in our hands. End of September 2021. So more than a year passed. But why? We were ready to buy it a year ago, but COVID happened. I mean, COVID had already happened a year ago, but due to COVID happening, we could not buy it. We were ready to buy it a year ago, but we could not. That was a major blow to our self-esteem, to our sense of purpose. Not sense of purpose. We were resolved in our sense of purpose, but it was a huge blow to our self-esteem. Man, I can't believe the bank did not approve it. The bank had refuted it because, due to COVID, I was left home for a few days here and there. I didn't lose my job. I had my job still, but I was left home from the company for a few days here and there to try and manage damage. And so that appears in your tax, in your
paycheck.
No, not your paycheck. On your tax dichiarazione dei redditi. How do you say that?
When you file your
Tax
taxes?
returns. On your tax returns. On your tax fine. Anyway, in your taxes. And so the bank takes a look at that and they say, "Oh no, I'm not lending you money," and they didn't. And that was a year ago. That was a huge blow. That was so bad because everything was already set up. The only thing we needed was the yes from the bank. The bank had already given us a preventivo. How do you say preventivo?
Estimate.
An estimate. They made an estimate on our loan. They said, yeah, this would be possible. But then arrived September 2020, they said, oh no, we can't because you were left home from your company. So you don't have as secure a job position as we thought. Mm-hmm. So they didn't. And that was so frustrating for us.
The real estate agency who tried to keep.
Yeah. We had all sorts of fights because for us to reach that point, we had already given a check to the agency, a 5,000 euro check as an offer to the purchase. It was linked to the purchase. It was a check, a non. They couldn't cash the check. Only the owner of the home could cash the check because it was a named check, and it should be tied to the contract.
It's like a proof of your seriousness about your proposal.
A proof of seriousness of your purpose. Yeah.
Buying the home, the apartment, but
Yeah.
The seller doesn't have to check it.
Yeah. The seller cannot check
the
it.
Actual
Completion
yeah.
of the purchase. You know, that's how it works. I don't know if you know how it works, but you make an offer and then you put some money into it. You put money where your mouth is, and you give a certain sum of money. It can't be just $100. It has to be a few $1,000s because you're purchasing a home, a house, and that house was almost $100K, 100K euros. Okay, it was 98. We settled for 95. But yeah, anyway, we put a 5K payment down payment. They couldn't cash the check unless the deal went to an end, finished, concluded.
And these are very serious rules, but because they are in the contract. But what the real estate agency tried to do was, do you remember? Because they said, oh,
The real estate agent, yeah. I mean, after our mortgage was refuted, the real estate agent wanted to turn things on me and say, oh yeah, if your bank refuted it, we'll try another bank and another bank and another bank until one bank accepts you. And then
But we were not okay with this because we were very careful looking for the best mortgage fee and the interest
rates.
Interest rate. And it was like if we had to go around looking for whatever bank and whatever mortgage fee
available.
Yeah, and that was not okay with us.
Yeah, I mean, the agency doesn't care. The real estate agents don't care about you or about us. All they care is making the sale. So they get their commission, which was 4K, other 4K.
Yeah, it was 4K.
So it's not a bad commission given our surroundings. The commissions are around there. But having said that, if I have a bank, I mean, I'm the buyer. I am the one doing the mortgage. I'm the one footing the bill at the end of the day. You, if you're the agent, you have no say on whether or not I choose to go forward with the bank offer. I went with my bank because we trusted that bank. The bank refuted us. So you, agent, you have to give back my money, my check. You cannot give it to the owner so the owner can cash it.
Yeah,
And
they were trying to keep some money.
He didn't want to give us back. He didn't want to give it back to me. So we went to the lawyer. We went to our lawyer. We were not childs anymore. I mean, it was not our first rodeo back then, back in 2020. We had already purchased 2 homes. So we knew the deal. We had already spoken with enough lawyers and enough accountants to know how things work legally. And so when that happened, we went to our lawyer directly. We talked to them about things. We said the name of the name of the agency, name of people, and our lawyer went there the next day and took the check from them, and he gave it back to me in hand, and I still have it with me. And we spent $500, 500 euros on the lawyer in order not to lose 5K that we gave to the agency that we would have lost otherwise. So you see how things go. I mean, things do not go as predicted. And all these things happened due to COVID, and it was a huge blow to us. It was a huge setback.
Yeah, we were so
excited about it because
and in the end we were so sad because I really liked that home,
yeah,
that apartment, because it had something like artistic in the ceiling. It was something special. You remember the Sofito Cassetto? It's something like
maybe we could put in editing. Maybe we could put a picture. We still have the pictures.
I don't think so.
We can't put the pictures. I have the pictures. We might be able to show what it is.
And also, there's another interesting thing that there was kind of a painting behind. Do you remember?
Yeah. I mean, it was it's a city center, historical city center. So buildings here in Europe are old, and this kind of things that she is describing are architectonical things, or not architectonical, maybe architectural decorations that you have on the walls, like if it was a sort of a some paintings on the murals of the walls, and some a ceiling that is made of wood, and in a fashion that is recurring to the 1600s, 1700s.
Yeah, it was something very, it was beautiful. And about the painting, you could see a piece of it, and the previous owner left that in that way because you, as a new owner, would be, come si dice, libero?
Free
Would be able to,
to-
if you want, and if you wanted to, like, to risk, you could take off the painting that was cioè la pittura che era sopra.
Yeah, it's not only painting. I mean, she is describing the walls, right? That the walls had some sort of mural to it behind, and then somewhere in time they covered it with stucco. How do you say stucco?
Yeah, who knows?
They covered it with cement. It's not actual concrete. It's just a wall cement. I don't remember the name. And they covered it, but they didn't cover the entirety of the wall. They left a little sliver of it, so you could see there was a mural behind. It's a historical painting behind. But
Probably,
for you,
who knows?
probably, yeah.
Yeah, who knows? But it was up to you as a new owner to risk your money and pay someone that's skilled to do that
Yeah,
job.
you would have
and
to pay a
uncover
restore.
it.
Yeah.
Yes, and maybe find something valuable. Who knows?
Yeah, it could be something valuable
Or maybe
under there.
nothing.
Maybe
Or
nothing. Yeah, it would be a risk. It would be paying somebody to slice open a chest and then finding inside what's inside the chest that cannot be opened unless if someone's skillful enough to open it without damaging it.
And also there was another thing that I loved so much. It was the balcone alla francese. How do you say that?
Oh, how am I supposed to say that? The balcony is a French
It's
French
kind of
type
French
balcony.
We call it in
Let's
Italian.
Google
And
it.
and
French
it's
type
a fake
balcony.
balcony actually, because you don't have a space in the balcony. It's just like you imagine a window the size of a door, and you have like no sé cómo se dice.
This. They had this. Not this pretty, but this way. The
Like
balcony is just
all
short.
kind of this balcony.
Yeah, the it's a little bit more like this perhaps. They have the railing, they have the opening of the windows, and you can look down, but you don't have an actual room, livable room on the balcony. It's not like this.
Yeah.
This is our usual balcony.
I was
This is
dreaming
French
about, I was
balcony.
dreaming about putting flowers
Yeah.
and making it with like that, the
Yeah.
lights.
Perhaps a
Oh
lamp.
my god, yes, I was having so many ideas.
Ideas, yeah.
We even have a friend of us that is
Designer.
interior designer. She was also amazed.
Yeah, she
I
looked.
had so many.
She looked at the intern of the apartment. She saw these historical, cultural, architectonical features in the apartment,
Yeah.
and she was amazed by it. And she said, "Oh, this could be so beautiful. This could be such a beautiful place. I see myself doing this and this and this in this apartment," because we were going to do a project with her, a
Yeah.
refurnishing, overhauling
we
project
we
with her.
went also to IKEA,
Yeah.
took measures, because we were so convinced that our bank was going to give us the money.
Yeah, the bank was going to give us the loan,
Yeah.
but then they didn't. And then when they didn't, we were, you know, it was a major hit. That happened. I mean, it's a huge tangent, but
But you can learn from that also.
Yeah.
We said, okay, so we just stay here, we continue saving, so next time we will be 100%.
we keep doing what we
Yeah.
always done, which is save, work hard, and keep focused on the next one. It was not the first home that we lost, good home that we lost. It was the biggest disappointment we had until today on, you know, this venture, on this what do you call real estate investing venture, because yeah, we had a deal, we had already a deal, but the bank wouldn't approve it, and we were so disappointed in our bank. I started to hate people in there. Seriously, I'm not kidding. We first entered
But
that
you
bank.
lost faith in humanity, because that real estate agents seemed so friendly easygoing. But actually, when we talk about money, he changed it
Completely. He turned on us.
Exactly. He was talking like in another way. Like you have to lose something.
Yeah.
He really said those words.
He
You remember?
he literally said those words. He said, you know, you're not coming out of this unscathed. He
Yeah.
said something to this effect.
Yeah.
I don't remember his exact words, but it was that
And we
meaning.
were so disappointed because
Yeah.
we usually trust people.
After he said that we had to search for a bank either way, I immediately stopped talking with him and he called
And
my
called the
lawyer
Yeah.
and didn't talk to him since. And my paycheck was my check was with me the next day. So anyway,
Yeah. Go.
so what did we learn from that? We learned that sometimes things go wrong, even though you do the best that you can. And when they do go wrong, it's not the end of the world. Because you know what? After that, we still worked for a full year, and now here we are a year later with a new home that is still in the city center, that is still pretty, not as pretty as the first one.
But
okay,
it's also cheaper.
but it's a lot cheaper. It's half the price.
It's not half the price.
Basically, yeah.
No.
Well, it's not half the price. Yeah. Let's call it 60%.
No, it is 30.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. It's a lot cheaper. That's the point.
And now we have more money than we had 1 year ago.
Yeah.
And so the chances that the bank would not lend us
the
give
money
us the loan, were
lower.
smaller.
We're smaller. Yeah. I mean, we had better chances of getting the loan. That's what she's saying. I mean, because we had more money put in our bank account, we didn't even have to use it all. We didn't use it all. We decided to go for a, we were going a year ago on 2020, September 2020, we were going for a 30, what was it, 25% advancement?
I don't remember.
It was somewhere between 20 and 25. Let's call it 22% advancement.
Yeah.
Let's call it 22. I don't remember the exact number.
This time,
This time, today, we went for a 30 plus advancement. And that was not heavy on us because we purchased a cheaper home. And buying a cheaper home, we are having a mortgage payment, mortgage fee every month that is lighter on us, allowing us to have a higher return on investment. We will show the calculation in a bit, but that's the whole idea, for you to measure and to calculate things so that you're prepared from those things happen, when those things happen. So that was the main point of this whole story. I mean, it was a huge disappointment for us, for me and for her, and for everyone who knows us. But we came out on the other end with a better deal than before. It's a better deal because you don't have to buy the most expensive, the prettiest home investment when you want to invest into Airbnb or when you want to invest in renting to students. You don't have to invest in the most fancy piece of real estate ever, because the most fancy will also cost more. It has to cost more to justify an investment. So if it's going to cost more for people to come in, who do you expect to put in? The prince and princesses of the world?
No, but
There are so many princes and princesses. Why should they go to your place?
and also you have to advocate.
Huh?
And also you have to look for the average prices for each night in the neighborhood or in the city, because you can pretend just because your house is so beautiful and you spend 10,000 furnishing it, you can pretend to take, I don't know, 200 euros each night.
Yeah,
No one
It
would.
wouldn't be pretend. It would be
Ah,
another word.
yeah.
To pretend is to fake something.
Sí, ¿cómo se puede decir?
Recuerdo.
Ah.
Anyway,
You can expect
yeah.
you can expect to ask for 200, but you can do that, but people won't come
Yeah.
because they know that in the city center you will find a decent place to sleep
At a
for,
much
I don't
lower
know,
price.
50 euros.
Yeah.
And if you have just to sleep, it's okay. So that that small house mansarda or whatever will be always occupied.
Occupied, yeah.
Yeah.
Will always be vacant. Not vacant. Will never be vacant.
While the pretty house will be maybe
Vacant because it's too expensive for people, and they will not come in.
And in the meantime, you as the owner will still have to pay all the expensive that your house requires.
Yeah, sure. You still have to pay the bills. Keep it up. So, okay, let's enter the next topic. So, on personal finance, managing your personal finances, debt. Having debt is not necessarily a bad thing. Controlling the amount of debt you expose yourself to by making good financial choices, okay? We are exposed to debt right now. We expose ourselves even more so today with a new purchase. So your total debt should be a fraction of your total income. Let's call it a good 40 max, okay? You do not want more than 40% of your income to be on debt. So if you take your entirety, let's make an example. So if you earn 50K a year, liquid, you don't want debt of more than 20K a year. So the majority of this debt that you have in 20K should be on investments, okay? Should be destinated to loans. You go for investments. So let's call that 75% of your debt. So 75% of 20K, how much is that? If we divide in 4 parts, so it's 15K. If you have 20K debt a year, at least 15K of those 20K debt should be on your investment repayment, on your investment installments, okay? Because you want to invest money. So the money that you take on a loan to invest is money that actually works back to your bank account. And if you're doing things right, your investment is paying for your loan. So you're not paying for your loan with your own money. You're already being deduced. So an investment requires money. Having a well-calculated loan for your investment opportunity is a good way of leveraging other people's money to everyone's benefit. Remember what I was saying about our first investment home when we put it to rent, and the rent was paying for the loan. I was not paying for the loan anymore. So it's equivalent to purchasing a home just by giving the advancement on the home, and that's it. So the same thing should repeat itself with all your investments if you're doing things right. Not only with real estate, but ideally with every investment venture that you take. The investment should be profitable enough to pay off more than 2 to 3 times the due loan installments. So you not only take profit from investment, but the profit should be such that it pays twice or 3 times your loan installments. Does that make sense? So if your loan installment is say $150 a month, your income from the investment should be at least $300, ideally $450. So you have margin. You have margin to, things happen. Unpredictable costs happen. They happen every year, every time. It's not like the house just maintains itself. You need maintenance in the house. You have mold. You have a washing machine that breaks, a drying machine that breaks, a pipe that breaks, and those need fixing. And sometimes a pipe broke. It happened that a pipe broke in our home, and it damaged the wall of the neighbor, and we had to pay for it. And the insurance wouldn't cover it; it only covered a part of it. So these things happen because you have an investment. People when they go to your place to rent it, they don't think as though it was their home. It's a place where they pay, and sometimes they don't care for it as you would care for it. And so when things break, it's on you to fix them, not on them, even though they broke it. You could throw it on them, but you might lose your trustworthy trustworthy inquilino.
Oh my god, I don't know.
tenant. You're a trustworthy tenant. If you pin things on them, they might just go away and not pay you anymore, and then you're out of a tenant. What is worse? Which one is worse? So consider paying a full year's worth of your mortgage at once. This is for real estate, okay? This is for more specific to real estate. So if you have a small mortgage installment, you could come to an agreement with your bank to pay a full year's worth of your mortgage all at once. So if you have a 30-year mortgage, you're not paying 360 times, you're paying perhaps 30 times once a year. And then when you pay for it, it's still a 30-year mortgage, but you're paying 1 year at a time, once a year. So instead of paying, yeah, I think you get the idea. Why would you do that? It's the same concept as buying in bulk. So if you do that, you might be pardoned the interest rates for the other 11 months that you pay.
Exactly.
Our bank did that on our agreement today. I mean, we agreed to do that, and we are going to sooner or later start doing that with our mortgage for the current home that we own, this new home, and we're going to pay a year in advance, because that's going to say the first years are the most amount of money that you save, because we are able to save on the first year 500 euros. And then on the second year it will be 470, and the third year will be 420, and the following years will be always decreasing.
Like the first 5 years are the most interesting?
Are the years that you that you save the most.
If you pay in advance.
The first 5 years, 5 to 10, let's call it. So after, if you have a 20-year mortgage, after the 10th year, you just can go back to paying monthly, because the difference will be
irrelevant. No, maybe not irrelevant, but
minimal,
not important.
Yeah, it will be a short difference. So still on debt. Having said all of that, some people still have a lot of bad debt. Some people cannot control, and we know these people. We have them in our families and close friends. We have some of our best friends have a lot of bad debt. So start if you are in one such situation, you want to start by ranking all your creditors by monthly installments. So rank up the highest installment rate that you have for your dues, and then you go all the way the list. You must pay the minimum amounts for each of your creditors. You cannot ever miss a minimum amount of your installments. If you have enough debt that you cannot even cover all the minimum amounts, man, you're in trouble. You're in such a huge trouble. I don't even know where to start on getting you back on track. Really, I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be, but I don't know how you can be allowed to have that much debt in one such situation. But if you are in one such situation, this is pretty much the work that you still have to try and do. You will start paying your cheapest first. Start from below and get rid of it. Get rid of as many debts as you can, as many small debts as you can. Okay, so concentrate on paying more than minimum on your cheapest one and get rid of it. Start by paying a little bit more than minimum. I don't care if it's only $5, only $10 more. Just pay it more, and pay it enough for long enough for it to go away. And then when it goes away, keep doing that until you pay it in full, and then get rid of the weight on your back. Now you designate the excess money you will get from that debt into the second cheapest in your ranking. So take you've gotten rid of a debt source, then you go to the cheapest, the second cheapest one, and you do the same. You start paying a little bit more than the minimum on that one, and you keep on paying that one on this fashion until it goes away. And then you just rinse and repeat. Don't look at the total due on the things if that might depress you, because it may. Just make sure that you do all you can to pay a little bit more than the minimum on the lowest one. And then you just keep on doing that, keep on doing that. And every time you pay off completely a debt, you have a little bit more money, and you don't just throw it away. You don't just throw it away on a trinket. You don't just spend it on, vacation or luxury or leisure time. You
or
put
buying
it,
a second home for leisure.
or buying a second home for leisure. You just put it back on paying your other debts, because it's cash back for you. So you pay your other debts, and you keep rinsing and repeating this. So keep your head high. You can get out of this hole, but it's all dependent on you. Only you can get out of that hole. Nobody can get out for you. If it's your problem, you have to deal with it. This is the way you would this is the way you would go about doing it. I know it's easier said than done, but we've been on a few debt situations, and we've analyzed debt situations enough to know where you where you put a limit to it. So we've learned it, and we don't do it. We don't abuse it. We still want to get into debt. We still, after we had this talk with the bank, because we even switched banks after the whole disappointment in 2020. We were so disappointed with our last bank, we switched banks now because a new bank offered us a deal that our own last bank wouldn't offer. So we were pissed off. I was pissed off, and we went away. Now we're not on that bank anymore. We have no deals with that bank anymore. So yeah, well, what was I saying?
About switching banks?
Switching banks? No, that was not. Was that what I was going to say? Okay, we're going into more debt. We're going to make some. What do you say? We're going to make some purchases here and there for computer things, for work related things. Some things for the stream, some things for our freelance jobs, even for leisure time. But we are going to calculate those debts that we can take, and we'll do that in a manner that it will not weigh on us. It will not be something that we cannot handle. It will be something that we can handle, and we'll start and we'll finish it as soon as we can. We don't want to keep on dragging that debt. We want to start and finish it as soon as we can. We would pay it in full if it wasn't for the fact that having some debt and concluding debts is good for your bank account. Because the bank looks at the debts that you have, that you paid them all, and that you don't have any debts anymore. So that counts as a positive for you in your bank account. Even if a small 2 to 3 month installments, they already count as a positive. So anyway, debt. The economy moves on debt. It's not an inherently bad thing. It depends on what kind of debt for what kind of profile, meaning person, spending habits. Your ability to repay your debts give you more and more credit. That's what I was talking about just now. Which in turn serves in leveraging other people's money into good investment opportunities. Serves you in leveraging other people's money. When the bank sees that you can pay your debts, they are more willing to lend you money.
Yeah, this time the bank offered us 10K more than we asked for.
We only needed a certain sum. They're willing to spend 10K more than what we needed.
Like they offered it to us. They said, why don't you take 10K more, because it's.
And we said,
okay.
All right then. Okay, I only wanted X. You're giving me 10K more than X. So yeah, I'm only happy about that. Sure. You want to give me more money? All right, I'll take your money. Don't worry. No problem here. Because it was calculated. This 10K more that they offer was calculated, was not going to be such a huge impact in our savings. In our savings, meaning if they lend more money to you, of course, their fraction of the total is bigger, so the amount of installment that you pay, the installments that you pay monthly are higher. But it was not higher in such a proportion that we wouldn't be able to handle it. It would only be convenient for us. It would only be more convenient for us. So we said, yes, of course, we want it. And we took it. So, why? Because we're good creditors. We are good, not creditors, that's not a word. but we can pay our debts well. Do your math. That's the whole point of it. Do your math and you will see results for yourself. You will see what a good loan looks like when you put it to good use. That's what good financial habits look like. People start looking for you to lend you money because you can't pay them back, because you don't take loans that you cannot pay. And we know people who are taking loans they cannot pay, and we're telling them and they're stubborn and don't want to hear. People we know, people from our close circle of friends and family. And we tell them, don't do that. You cannot handle that. You're already to the neck. If you do that, you're going to drown. And they're not listening. And they do zero calculation. And they're acting as though they know it all. And they talk to no one. They don't talk to a financial advisor. They don't talk to the bank. They don't talk to their employers. And by the way, their employers are some of the people who are lending them money, which is something that I would completely advise against. Taking money from your employer. Don't crap where you eat. Don't crap where you eat. That employer of yours is going to resent you, especially because you're not good with money and you're taking his money and you're going to do bad. He's going to turn on you the thing that you invest on because it's a completely terrible idea. And he's going to resent you. And he's an employer. You don't want that. You don't need that. Don't do that. Anyway, you can't control what other people do. So, 2-hour talk, 2-hour 15 minutes talk. Let's take a look finally of what am I talking about? What the heck am I talking? When is this going to reach a conclusion, a concrete conclusion to it? Right now. So this is what we do. What we actually do on the calculations part. We do this, kakebo. Kakebo, if you were to look for it, can I write even kakebo? It's a book. It's a Japanese book for your expenses and income. It's a simple enough book. And it's a good start for people who never did this before. But we took it a step further, and we did a spreadsheet. Where's the spreadsheet? Oh, this is my email. Wait, Drive. I had it open and then I closed that genius. So here, the template. I don't want to show you my own numbers. That's not relevant. This is the template for it. So here would be the description. Okay, the description line. This would be the date line, this would be the sum line. And then you have a total, which is just a sum of the column. And then you have a balance, which is a sum column, row per row, cell per cell. So let me show you how it works. This here is the remainder of the last year, kakebo. Last year's spreadsheet. So let's say last year was 2020. And this year's 2021. So I mean, because here we go from August to August. We don't go January to December. We go August to August. That's the fiscal year here in Europe. I don't know about US, but that's how it works here. So today's the 24th. 09/2021. You have to put the date this way on our spreadsheet. You can change it to your liking, but this is a date value and has to be compiled this way in this actual spreadsheet. So let's say our current is 15K. It's not that. Let's just suppose. Okay, this is our current amount of money. So we are basically at the end of the month. Let's suppose that in these 6 days we still have to until the end of the month. We are going to do a grocery shopping. So this is going to be done tomorrow. You have to put in the date. I didn't mean to press the ending button. Let me go back. No, we're not ending this. I'm sorry. I pressed it wrong. It's false alarm. I pressed it wrong. Yeah, anyway, as I was saying, so suppose that our remainder from last year's because as we were starting over, is 15K. It's not our current now, but let's just make believe. So we 6 days till the end of the month. So let's suppose tomorrow we go grocery shopping, and then we spend 150 euros, which is something reasonable for us. It would. This is something. This was something that 150 euros would happen in a bi-weekly to monthly basis. No, monthly basis for us would be 400 euros on grocery shopping, on your shopping list.
And we eat meat every day.
Yeah, we eat every day. I eat a little bit more now that I'm doing gym. Anyway, doesn't matter. We will also make some Amazon purchases, which we actually have to make. Amazon house items purchases, and we will do it on the 25th, 2021. I mean, these purchases here are functional purchases for the home. I might have to buy a wrench. She might have to buy drapes, or decorative, but things for the home. That's the thing. House items. It's not a. I'm choosing this description deliberately. Okay, so it's not just something I throw there. And let's say we spend here 60 years. We spent 60 years here. Then this is 25th. Let's call the 26th comes by. 26th. Then what do we spend on the 26th? Tell me something. Maybe we pay some bill.
Or utilities.
Utility.
Whatever.
Electricity. No, it wouldn't be electricity in our case because we have the NEN, as we were saying.
Utilities.
Let's put utilities.
Home one, for example, because we
Home one, which is the home that we live in. So let's call these utilities 50 because they are, all inclusive.
What do you say about clothes?
Clothes. Maybe we have to buy Giselle clothes. Giselle. Can I write her name? Giselle for school.
100%.
Yeah, those can be quite costly. 126 and 100. You see what's happening here? First of all, this is a graph of the history of the transactions over here. So this is the total, which is the sum of all parts, and this is the per cell sum. So this value here is equal to this value here, but here you see the what happens. So this column here gets reported back here. This column is this graph. You barely see any difference on the line because you still have, from 15 to 14,600. So yeah, that's not too big of a difference. But then you keep on going. Let's say, Manny, let's say, let's call it 28th now. 28th, 2021. Let's say I bought my protein powder, which is 40 years. Protein, important to put the description. Protein powder, which already this protein powder is one that I chose deliberately. I didn't just pick a random protein powder. I measured all the aspects of the protein powders that I had at disposal for me to reach to a conclusion in a purchase. So what else now?
I would say telephone. No,
phone. Let's say we have to recharge.
Every day needs, every month
phone.
20 euros.
Recharge. Recharging our phones on 28th, 2021, which is 20 years for both of our phones.
And then what else? Something. Okay. Maybe something about education. For example, we pay Microsoft Family. Remember for
Microsoft Office 365 installment.
For 5 devices.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how many devices we have. For 5 devices, you could have for 10. I don't mind if you're using it for good. If you're putting it to good use, meaning you're using it for your work, you're using it for making you money. That's a good investment. I mean, if you're investing in yourself, in your work, in coming back to your own money, even if through your time, through the time that you put into it, I don't mind. It's a good investment. You need to work, you know. So yeah, how much is the installment for us? 10, just 10 years for 5.
And then there is my Google Project Management course.
Google
that is-
Project Management, whatever it is, course for Daniela. Why am I? You will see in a minute why am I specifying for Daniela, not for myself. Let's put it on the 29th, just so we can end the month. 2021. So how much is that?
12.
12 euros. And so okay, now let's put the first. Oh, sorry. This is the date. First of the next month, 2021, of October. Halloween coming up. This is my paycheck. My paycheck. Meaning Vicente. And then I put here my sum, which is €1,000,000. Of course, it's not that. I don't want. Let's just put 1,000.
But look what happened to the graph.
Let's just put 1,000. Because I don't want to put this. I don't want to make this dirty. I want you to have a good idea of how it would work. It's not 1,000. I don't want to put my real numbers in here.
You know what would be better to notice the difference here in the graphic, to change the date. No, not to change it. That for every riga, come si dice,
Row.
you can put a new day, so we can see how the come si chiama la retta cambia.
Wait, I might be able to fix this.
No, volevo dire, guarda. Vedi che hai messo più volte 25, più volte 26, più volte 28, metti una per ogni cosa un giorno diverso, così si vede prima il cambiamento della retta.
Ah, okay.
Ma hai capito?
Okay. Let's try to do something different. Let's change the dates as she's saying. Let's do this the 26th.
Sorry, I wasn't able to say this in English. It's so
Yeah,
complicated.
it's okay. I understood what she said. Let's put it one day at a time so you can see it better in the graph.
Yeah.
This, let's make it the 28th. It doesn't matter the days really. Things will happen when they happen. It doesn't matter. Just put the dates right when you do them. It's important that you follow this method pretty closely. Every day, I mean, it's pretty much on a daily basis that we see what's going on in the. You see the even axis, the.
That's my homework. It's.
Yeah, that's what she does day in and day out. I mean,
And-
she is responsible for filling out these things just because she is the one handling the money.
Yeah.
Not because I cannot handle it, but because due to the fact that I'm on a full-time job so much, she has a little bit more time to go do things with money, to pay bills, to go do grocery shopping, and whenever I can, I go with her and I help her. But she does most of the money handling. Also because some trouble that we had with the bank, that they couldn't allow access to me, to my own account, by the way. She had access to my account and I haven't.
You remember one time we went to the bank and you couldn't take money because you didn't have your permesso di soggiorno?
Yeah, can you believe that? I mean, I went to my bank and I asked to withdraw some money. I had to withdraw, I don't know, a thousand euros
Yeah.
for paying something, and they refuted me because my residence permit had been was expired. It was expired and on the process of renewal, and then she came in and she withdrew it for me on my own account.
Yes, and he was like, but I am the owner of the account.
I am the owner of the account.
owner of the account.
It's on my name. How can you deny me that? I mean, if it was the United States, I guess I could have sued them. I guess I could have sued them for money and make buck out of it.
Here. Because I am the one that is always doing the grocery shoppings or paying whatever. You became aware of the prices of things, and it's something that prices stick into your mind. I can notice the difference, and you become a good saver. Dice per dire risparmiatori.
Saver, money saver.
Yeah, and yeah, it's something that happens with time.
So I'm trying not only to put some more entries here, I'm trying to put more varied entries here. So for example, her tutor, let's see how do we, because if you notice, this is grocery, this is house appliances, this is utilities, this is school, which is education, this is food, this is phone, this is still things, work-related things. This is work-related things as well. This is income. This is still education, but a different sort. This is just leisure. Let's put Daniela cuts her hair, or
now we have a category called Estética.
Yeah, aesthetics.
Yeah.
We do. I cut my hair. I cut my hair.
Yeah,
Vicenti's haircut, which is usually 15 also. So let's put it 6, 10, 20, 21, and minus 15.
Perché non tiri la riga delle date così ce le hai già scritte? Che sarà una sarà 7.
Ah, sì, hai ragione. Così.
Esatto.
Ecco, okay. Yeah, she had a better idea than I did. Just to, yeah, not to have to write this all the time. Okay, my haircut. Let's put some more. Let's put a few more.
Do you want me to take a look at our actual calculator so we can do this faster?
Yeah, we just have to put some more entries here. I mean, if I buy something for my computer, because I wanted to buy a few cables for my computer. Vicenti's PC cables for HD, for SSD. So those would be 12 euros. Because that's pretty much the price on the cables I found on Amazon. What else? Let's say we mentioned.
Okay, we can say, you know what, the mortgage fees.
Mortgage fees, yes, of course.
Every 19 and every
So,
24. For example, today.
Mortgage on
Home
first
one.
home. Mortgage on first home. And this mortgage, let's call it 150. Because it's that low. It's pretty much that number. So we would have
Mortgage on
let's put them together. Mortgage on home 2. I spelled mortgage wrong. Mortgage on second home. Can I write? That would be also 150. This is not an accident. It was meant to be like that.
We have also another
Category, which is documents.
No. Yeah.
Fees.
I was thinking about the bank commissions when you know.
Yeah, for example, if I had to make a payment, when we purchased the home, we had to pay paid
insurance of the every year,
payment. Wait. The agency, the real estate agency, commission. We had to pay them. Let's put it 2,000, which was not. It was not 2,000, but along with the 2,000 that we paid them, we also put here a bank transfer commission, which is a plus 2 euros. I mean, a minus 2 euros on the transaction that you did. So you can see how the graph goes. I mean, you have to keep on compiling this month per month. Then, let's say we have already run a couple of weeks. Then this week over here, Daniela comes and she writes this thing over here. Controllo bilancio, which is balance inspection. She does a balance inspection. Where do you put the number? Where do you put the value for the balance inspection? Over here?
And column G.
Column G. So what is the value that you put, the value that you sum? So let's say that she sums 185. You see? This value over here is our percentage error, which is higher. It's actually high compared to, we don't usually get this number over here. We usually get 4.5. No, not even. We get 4.05. Let's try this. We usually get something like that. We usually get something on the 4th decimal case of a percent on a number that is 10k and above. So that's the amount of precision that we were. You see how it turns white? I mean, it turns white. It turns green when it reaches what? What percentage? What percentage is it acceptable? What is the rule here for the green? I don't remember. Is a condition? I don't want to show. I want to show 0.1%. Okay, if it's 0.1% or minus 0.1%, then it's green. If it's not within minus 0.1 to 0.1, then it's red. A tenth of a percent, which is pretty tight. But we never reach a 0.1. We are always on hundreds of thousands of a 0.1. So this is our control. This is our test. She
do this every week.
Yeah, she does that not every week, but once every 2 weeks or once a month at least.
And it's useful because you can keep track of what's going on in your accounts.
You have to keep track of what's going on in your account. Otherwise, you're just calculating and you don't actually know that that's the correct value.
But you notice if something weird is happening. For example, it has happened a few times that we got
We got what do you want to say?
Voglio dire che una somma è stata presa magari dal nostro conto for
we got a. She means to say that there were occasions where some amount of money was taken from the account by a creditor.
But sometimes it was the bank. You remember we discovered that, for example, every year we have to pay. This is something that I find it's unfair. Okay, that for example, if you don't use your card for making transfer or operations.
For operations, yeah.
Yeah, you will be charged of 25 euros every 3 months. That was unfair for me. That was kind of a surprise, and I found they just take the money. Okay, so if you don't use your, for example, we have this account that we use only for saving money. We almost don't move money there. So that was the cost every year.
Yeah, we have to, we have maintenance costs due to not using the account, not using the credit cards associated to the account. Because you have to maintain, you have to justify having a credit card. How do you justify that every year? You have to pay the fees or use the credit card. And if you don't use it, you have to pay some 25 to 30
every
years.
3 months.
Every 3 months.
So that's 100 every year.
Yeah, it's 100 a year.
And we didn't know that. We noticed that because that's like doing
because of the
this,
control.
And we said, we asked the bank, and they say, you don't use that, so you have to pay.
Yeah, we run a check. We go once a month or twice a month, and because she had access to all the bank accounts, so she went there and she made the sum of all the cash available to us, both money and quarters and prepaid cards and bank accounts and
PayPal,
whatever. PayPal. She uses PayPal for her freelance work. She works with people around the world, so she gets paid through PayPal. So anyway, this is hugely important. Not important is I cannot stress this enough. You have to control. You cannot just calculate and just trust your calculation. That's not how it works. This is philosophy if it's not measured against your actual accounts. Okay? This is not math. This is just your wishful thinking. So, going on. Okay. Now let's suppose that we did a couple of these a month. Okay? Let's suppose that these here repeat. I'm not going to include the commission, but let's suppose that these happen some more. And I know this is not an entire month worth of things, but I want to illustrate what will happen. This is the general idea of what you will expect to happen. Something of this kind will happen. Okay, so you see this. This is your income because this is my salary, and these are my monthly expenses. and then my salary and my monthly expenses, and my salary and my monthly expenses. And then you can see the trend line. This is the trend line. It's just a straight line. Adapt and start to move upward. So it shows your tendency to save money. And you want that. You want the trend line to move upwards, not downwards. Of course. I mean, I don't have to explain that to you. Of course, this is an oversimplification. I just took a fraction of what a month's worth of expenses and income look like. But this is the general idea. Then we're starting to accumulate. See, we went on a dip because we took, a 2K down. But then we got back on track because this is connected to a purchase on a home that we did. And we'll also calculate, a prediction. We'll predict what the investment will look like once we have it in a year's time, in 2 years' time, in 5 years' time. And we'll see what happens. So, okay, this is the first part. Second part, very important, is this one. The stratification of your accounts. This stratification here, this is exactly as reported by the first column on the first. This is just repeating that value, repeating the values. You don't have to write anything here. It's separating income from expenses, and it's now calculating some statistics. Now what you want to do is this part over here. This is the interesting part. This is your stratification, okay? So here is supermarket, meaning everything that you buy on the supermarket, be it grocery shopping or be it cleaning products, you want to put on this one. I mean, you can rename those to your liking, but we named it supermarket because this is the most recurring one. So
we're still having issues categorizing.
We're not having that many issues categorizing. We came to a point where it's pretty much working. Everything is working well. But you can play with those, and I'll try to show you how. You can add categories. I mean, I added 24 categories.
That's his homework. I don't understand.
Yeah, I'll try to explain this. There's pretty much quite a lot to unpack here, but I mean, I have for each one of those, I have a spreadsheet all on its own, just because it's faster. I used to have one single spreadsheet for all these calculations, but then I noticed that if you separate them, it calculates and updates faster. So anyway, number one is associated to supermarket. So I just come here, I do a Control C, and I say, okay, so this is our supermarket. This is Daniela, this is Gisele, this is me, so Control V. This is an expense that, what this means is, this expense is going to impact the lives of these people. This is our dog. We have a row dedicated to him because we wanted to include him when we spend money on him, just so we can have an idea how much he costs us. Okay, and he costs pretty close to nothing, but still we have a row dedicated to him. So Daniela, Gisele, me. So we all eat. And we all need cleaning products. So this here is divided by 1, 2, 3. So this is per capita amount, which is 150 divided by 3. So this one here, Amazon house items, it's house item, keyword being house items. So we're going to buy tools. This is tools for a tool shed or toolbox. So here is going not to Gisele, but to me and Daniela. So it's this amount divided by 2. So this is the per capita amount. So let's keep on doing this. I'm now subdividing into every expense into categories that I created. So let's run through the categories. This is supermarket. This is internet or cell phone recharge. This is when we eat outside just because we want to have a snack or we want to celebrate some occasion. Today we went out and we ate out, so this would be the color. This is clothes. This is leisure, of course. Well, this is exceptional expenses when we lend money to her mom. Or
no, for example,
when we buy.
For example, when we paid the lawyer. Or
huh?
You remember when we paid the lawyer?
The lawyer, for
It's
example,
something
when
that
we
you
pay
don't-
the lawyer, we put it on exceptional because it's not predicted. It's
Yeah.
something that might happen that you. It's an unpredicted expense that you have to deal with. If you are purchasing a gift for an occasion, for a birthday of someone, I just put it under exceptional. This is aesthetics. If she goes and gets a haircut, if I get a haircut, if Gisele gets a haircut, that's where it goes. Number 7. So 8, 9, and 10. These here on yellow, they are related to our investment homes. They're not related to us, our living. They're related to the homes. Anything that's related to the homes, I separate. They are their own people, you know. They are their own columns, and I associate to them. So, what was the third one? This is transportation. This is bank commissions. This is tickets.
Fees? Oh no,
Tickets, especially driving ticket. I never had a ticket in my life, my entire life, but she had.
Oh,
Yeah, she did.
that was the bad.
This is school or studying or anything, you know, related to studies or school. This is babysitter when we used to have them. We don't have babysitter anymore, but we could have English tutor here
Yeah.
on the place. We could put here. This is doctor or pharmacy bills. This is dry cleaning or for you know what do you call this in English?
Dry cleaner.
No, it's not dry
Laundry
cleaning.
service?
Laundry service.
Oh my god,
I mean, if we have to put some things in the outside laundry service.
But we do this regularly in the winter.
Yeah.
You remember we go dry our clothes there
We don't do
because-
this. We don't do this all the time because it's expensive. We do this to the heavier stuff that our washing machine cannot handle. Anyway.
No, or maybe when you have to dry clothes in the winter.
Yeah, if I have to dry clean my dress, not dress, my suit, then I would have to put it there. This is tools. If we have to go buy tools, this is documents. If we have to do so many documents, you have no idea.
Yeah.
Again, we spend so much money here because we have to, not because we want to. This is gym. Here I want to. Now I don't have to. I want to. It's healthy. So I created a category for gym. I created it last year. This is work related instruments. If we buy a new computer, if we buy a new course, if we buy a new tool for work, we will put it here. And this is non-applicable. For example, if we are lending money to someone that will pay us back, that's not actually an expense. That's I don't want to. I mean, non-applicable. There's no number, and it will not impact the graphs. Okay, it's you know, you lend money, you get the same amount back. It's not an investment. It's not an expense. It's just, you know, lending money. You take it back exactly as before. So it's non-applicable. So let's keep on classifying. We classify the first two rows. This is utilities on home 1. What was the utilities on home 1? What was utilities on home 1?
Electric bills.
Okay, yeah, the electric bills. So let's take here. These are the appliances here. 9. So on home 1. So these are appliances on home 1. So home 1 gets the full price appliances. Okay. So clothes for Gisele. So it's number 4, which is clothes for her. So she gets the full price, which is quite expensive. Then what? Protein powder for me, which I get the full price here. I put it usually not on food, even though it's a food source, but I put it on gym, just because it's related to gym. I want to separate the powder, because you don't just eat powder. You don't have a dinner with powder. You just put a little bit of powder in between your meals. So this is food and cleaning products, and this is powder and whatever I buy for the gym, or even our Adriano,
Personal trainer.
personal trainer. Yeah. So this would be phone recharge, so it would be yellow. It's color coded, so it's easier to find. It could be phone recharge, it could be internet fee. So it's 10 per person. We have a great deal on the phone. I mean, we went through several phone service providers until we found this one, which is amazing. We find it amazing, a French one, yeah. So Microsoft Office is an interesting one because it would be this one, work instruments. It would be for me and for Daniela, and eventually even for Gisele. When she grows up and she starts using it, she's going here too. She's not safe from it. Because we want to know how much we spend on her and on what. Not only per person, but per category. So that we can say I am spending too much money on games. Or Daniela is spending too much money on clothes. Or Gisele is spending too much money on whatever.
Toys, for example, t-shirts.
On whatever she's spending money. You know, we want to be able to see that. It might seem mean, but we're not mean about it to one another. Google Project Management, that would be probably either school or work related instruments for Daniela. It would be this thing over here, only on her, so she takes it full. This is the distribution. So if there's a 1 here, it means 4 columns. No, 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the columns of the Daniela, Gisele, Bilbo, and I, and these are the 2 homes. I still have to add the 3rd row here for the 3rd home, and then a 3rd column here for the 3rd home. So yeah, if there's a 1, it means that that person will be counted as a division. You see? So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, none, 3, 1, 2, none, 3. That's how it works. So yeah, I'm explaining this just so you understand how it kind of works, because it will go through the graph. I'll show you the graph after this one. So this is an income. We are not at this point, we're not classifying income at this point. We're only classifying expenses. I still intend on classifying incomes as well, but there is no actual need to do that. I mean, money coming in is always good. It doesn't matter what source. We're not thinking about what source of money coming in will be. And then it's my paycheck. Then it's Gisele tutor. So let's put the babysitter, and that would be Gisele here. So we want to fill this with all the colors that we have, right? A video game for me, so that would be leisure and only for me. Oh, sorry, I should have put this here, not there, because this here is related to this amount spent. This here is related to this amount spent, so it's row based. Okay, so do not mix, don't put different numbers in the same row. Don't put 2 numbers in the same row, because it will make your calculations, it will make a mess of your calculations. Yeah. So this is my haircut, which would be aesthetics. This is my PC cables. I could do that as work related, because it's PC cable, because I need more space to make more videos, to make more YouTube videos. So that's pretty much the idea. I could put this either under work related or under leisure, because I need more space to put more games, to play more games. But even though I'm playing games, I'm also streaming, so I could pass it as though it's kind of you have to pick one of the 2. Meaning that there will be occasions where you find yourself thinking that question: where should I put this? Should I put this under tickets or under taxes? This is taxes, tax related. Well, should I put it under taxes or under documents? Yeah, these are fines/tickets. This is taxes. Sometimes a tax can be a sort of a fine. Sometimes a tax can be a sort of a document. And documents also have a cost to them. They're not free. Anyway. So what is this? This is mortgage. So this is home related. Mortgage on the first home. So mortgage would be this one. This color 15. Mortgage here and then mortgage here. Each with their own mortgage. Mortgage home 1 and home 2. This is the
Okay, this will be
real
an
estate agency.
extraordinary. How do you
No,
say it? No?
real estate
Is
agency
it?
is not extraordinary. It's
related.
number 8.
Ah, yes.
Number 8 for us specifically is not. I mean, it's categorized.
And it's also on Billboard.
Let me try to explain this. It's not categorized. I mean, it's categorized because it's number 8, but it's not computed. It will not show in the graph. The number 8 will not show in the graph just because the numbers are huge. If I were to put a purchase of a home on this graph is showing me $20 max spent. Sometimes we get $500 max spent or $200 max spent. Now imagine that I buy a home which is worth $50K. I would see all the rest of the graph just as a flat line. They would disappear. So I choose not to put home purchase costs on the graph, even though they do have their own category. They are category, they are accounted for, they are computed, but of course they will be, by nature, they will be the most expensive of all. So you just don't count for that. Also, when you're buying homes, you're actually buying something that you will return on your pocket, that will give you money back if you're doing it right. So you're not looking at this is not all wrong, and I'll try to explain you why in a few as we move forward. So bank transfer commission would fall under commission, so it's this one, and I only compute commission for me and Daniela because Giselle and Bilbo, they have nothing to do with the bank, so that would be the commission. And then the control doesn't count. It's not, it's not any debt or income. So this is what it will look like, just this fraction of a month. Of course, as you move forward, you will add more and more entries and it will stratificate more. So this is now the graph, okay? This graph has columns 1, columns 2, 3, and 4. Number 1 is Daniela, number 2 is Gisele, number 3 is Bilbo, and number 4 is me. So this color is supermarket. So this is the amount we spend per capita on supermarket, which is up to now 10 euros a month, because it calculates over the course of a year. So this is averaged over the course of a year, okay? This is average personal monthly expenses. Average personal monthly expenses by category and by per person. So these are the same colors in the color palette here, whatever. And per person, number 1, 2, 3, and 4. So this marks the beginning of each person. Okay, Daniela, Gisele, I, and Bilbo doesn't consume anything. And so you can see how I spend a lot more on leisure than anyone else. You can see how Gisele spends a lot in dressing, in clothes, than anyone else. And Daniela spends a bit more in work-related instruments than the others. So I can also run run through some other graphs. This is, for example, cumulative average personal expenses by month. So monthly cumulative average expenses. So if we were to sum all the expenses per person and calculate the average through the course of the year, what would that value be? It's not this low. If you calculate for an entire year, it's not this low. It's average, it's usually on the 400, 500 for us. As to say, how much is each person spending every month total? If I were to sum all the columns for each person and calculate over the course of a year what that average would be, it would be, let's call it 450 for Daniela. It would be usually a little bit less for Gisele. Let's call it 400 or 375 for Gisele, and it would be a little bit higher for me. Let's call it 440, 460. I could be a little bit lower, a little bit higher than Daniela. Depends. Usually I'm a little bit lower, let me say, but I could be a little bit higher too. Depends. These are relative on percent. So if I were to, these are calculated on total, right? If you sum all the expenses. These are calculated relative to the average expense of a month. So if I were to put an average for every person on a, a percent, sorry, not an average, a percent for every person calculated here, what would it look like against our average expenditure? It would look like this. So Gisele represents, up to this point, 40% of our total expenses. Daniela represents, let's call it 27%, and I represent 34% of our total expenses. You understand? So you start to see, of course, you don't want to throw this on people's faces, but you want to get a control on the graphs that you make. You want to see, okay, these are the worst offenders. You took tickets. Oh man, that's bad. What did you do that you took tickets? Or perhaps, why did you go to laundry every day of the week? Or why did you purchase that many games? Or why did you purchase that many clothes? You understand? That's the point of the thing. Oh, we're spending a lot on supermarket. That could be a different question. We're spending a lot on supermarket. Perhaps we're eating too much. Are we eating too much? Can we actually, or better, an even better question, can we eat the same amount spending less? Can we find the same actual foods somewhere else cheaper? Or can we find a better deal on our internet or phone provider? Can we find a better source of transportation? These are the questions that we have to make, and now we have the numbers for them. If we compute every one of them month after month, entry after entry, we'll get a clear picture. Of course, I don't have much of a picture here because I only have so much time to put these things over here. These things take 5 minutes top of your time every day. If you do them every day, it takes 5 minutes tops of your time. You won't take more than that. But you have to do them every day. Sometimes I'll do this classification. Daniela is the one who compiles this thing, right? It takes 5 to 10 minutes of her day, and she does that pretty much every day. And then it takes me 5 minutes to compile rows and rows of this thing. All I have to do is look at the row, look at the row here, understand what kind of expense is that, and then categorize and put the colors on the table. And putting the colors on the table, even for weeks worth of things, a couple of weeks or a month, an entire month of thing, takes me no more than 10 minutes. So there's no excuse for us not to do that. No excuse. You have to do that constantly. When you do that, every year, at the end of the year, then you start the year, we start the year September 1st, we end the year August 31st. When we end the year, we do a review of the graph. And we sit down and we look at the graph and we see the worst offenders and we say, this year we spent a lot in this thing. And maybe it's justified. This year we spent a lot on documents, for example. We spent a lot on documents because Daniela made her Italian citizenship along with Gisele. I did my own personal documents. We spent on the lawyer for a few things that we had to do, including the agency that screwed us, that tried to screw us. We spent a lot of money on documents this year. So at the end of the year, when we reviewed it, we saw and we went through it and we said, yeah, it's something that happened, but it shouldn't happen on a regular basis. It shouldn't happen this next year now. So, well, there's not much to say there. If you had to spend, you spend. You went there, you spend it, and then you move on. You trust yourself that you will not spend it again in your future. Or if it on the contrary, did we spend a lot on transportation? There were occasions where yes, we spent a lot on transportation when we took a lot of car sharing. And those were not too many occasions because we already a lot controlled on those things. But when those occasions happened, we took note of them, and we made a decision not to keep on doing that again. So we calmed down a little, and we started walking a little bit more and moving with our company car, because I am fortunate enough to have a company car that I can use in my personal time. And when we could not, we would take a bus, which is cheaper, or we would just walk or take a bike. Daniela bikes a lot. And yeah, we would try something else. We would try other ways. So this is the first part. Let me also show you that each one of those, 1, 2, 3, 4, they have their own spreadsheet, which I just hid for obvious reasons, not to show everything on the lower bar here, because it would be kind of overwhelming. Let me just show you a couple of those. So supermarket, this is the supermarket table. These are the values that each table receives when you classify them. If I come here on classification, this is kakebo per se. This is classification, the column we were compiling. So when I put here a value, this value on this row here, row number 4, gets put into this first row over here, okay, which is not by accident also number 4. And then it gets put into the people that were marked by the column. So when I mark number 1, I usually mark for Daniela, Gisele, and I, because we all eat and we all use cleaning products. But Bilbo doesn't get marked, so it doesn't get divided by him, so it doesn't impact him. So this is the stratification. I mean, this is on the course of the year, okay? This is the average on the column, and the column is the up to 1,000 rows, but it's typically the year, because up to 1,000 rows, but no longer than a year's period, okay? Because in a year we may have 1,000 entries or even more. Yeah. Usually we don't.
Usually it's 1,000.
Usually we don't hit 1,000, but we hit 700, 800 rows. Yeah, 6. It depends. It depends on how many transactions we make. Depends on how many transactions we make. Sometimes we group some transactions together, but yeah, it's a year's average. That's the point, because it goes from September 1st to August the 31st. Man, anyway, this is what the table looks like, and then this table returns the value back where? I don't even remember. Back here. These columns that you see over here are the results of these values calculated here on the average, yearly average. So you see, the stratification, the classification table classifies for each person, which then calculate the yearly average, because there may be many entries in a year. They calculate the average per person. These are the results, the same results here. Okay, just port it back to this column, a neat column. And then for each column, I go back here and I put the graph. This graph here is those columns that you saw, the yellow ones, yellow column. And I do that for each and every class type that I have. And I can add more types. I can take types away. I can mix and match however I want. And that's how you would go about it. Okay, let me hide this one. Hide. Okay, now this column. This column over here represents, these values are not accurate. Okay, these values are close but not real. These values close but not real on her her income, her paycheck, my paycheck, on what we would expect to earn from an Airbnb home, from what mortgage is in our home, from our living costs, from our mortgage expense on, this was the next home that we were going to purchase, but let's put here, yeah, let's leave it like this. So what do? We take a projection. This is old, as you can see. This needs updating. These numbers, all these numbers need updating. But let's do it over here. Yeah, so let's restart. So we are now in September. Let's go. September 1st. And let's take some. We don't need all that much. What do you do? No, this should be October. So let's do like this. We don't need that many months. Okay, we don't need that many years. We want to do a few years at a time. You don't have to. This is a projection, right? We are projecting in the future. So let's make this rename projection 2021 to 2022. Oh, sorry. 2022. So this would be this amount over here. Your total, your sum total, the amount of money that you are currently sitting on. Okay, if you're regularly putting things on Kakebo, and if you're regularly doing your balance account balancing, you will have a pretty accurate picture of what you're sitting on. This value over here, a month later, will be a sum of a few things. So it will be your previous value. This value over here is the previous in orange, plus Daniela's paycheck, plus this here. Let's erase this formula. There's a formula here, but it's special to my case because reasons that I don't want to explain here. It would be just messy to explain here. So plus my paycheck here in blue, plus this 1300. Let's take this off too. There's no reason for this to be here now. Minus our living expenses. This is just the cost of living. This cost of living here already includes this value, so there's no reason for this value to be here. Okay, so in fact, this is the value of our mortgage. Let's erase this. There's no reason for it to be there. So this is the amount of money we can expect to have at the beginning. So if this is beginning of September, we could also imagine it's 31st. It doesn't really matter the day. What matters is the month. Okay, I just put first. I could have put 31st. It doesn't really matter. We usually consider at the end of the month, not at the beginning of the month. So just stick with me. So this is the end of the month, September. This is the end of the month, October. End of the month, November, and so on. So yeah, we just pull this down. So this would be life from September 2021 up to October 2024 if nothing changed. If we still received this, if Daniela still receives this paycheck, if I still receive this paycheck, if our cost of living is $1,500 and 1,500 years a month. So this would be the curve of our income, of our money. Notice it's a net positive because this makes what, 3,500, and this is, so we have a 2K positive, which is not actually true. I want you to understand that it's not actually true. I'm just making up some numbers here. But you would put these numbers here. You would put actual numbers for yourself. This here is not just a value. In this example, yes, it's a value that I made up. But actually, you want to put an equal here. Go to spreadsheet and take this value over here, which is your total average expenditure, total average expenses, which is 1,700 in this example. Okay, so again, this here is a little bit biased. This is a little bit biased because I included this, and if I were to include here also the home purchase, man, this here would be huge. This here would be thousands of dollars, which is not accurate. Is not actually true. If I were to put here a 60K expenditure in a year, 60K is 5K expenditure averaged. So it's not real. So you have to exclude it from the average. Just so you can use an accurate average of what your actual cost of living is, so you can calculate projections accurately. So perhaps this value here you don't want to put as an automated average. Perhaps you want to put a precise average by hand, but it has to be precise. That's the point. This being precise and you knowing the income on your household, then over time this should be the growth if nothing changed. If you kept on sitting on this cost of living with that income. Okay, so now suppose the second column over here. Oops, sorry. What I hit? Ho interrotto lo stream, cavolo. Ho schiacciato senza volere il tasto di interrompere.
Ti posso dire che quando finisci puoi spegnere l'OBS del mio computer piccolo? Mi sta venendo un sonno pazzesco.
Madonna mia.
Madonna, complicatissimo questo che ma io da sola non ce l'avevo.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I interrupt. Man, I touched my stop streaming button, and I'm so sorry. I stopped it while I didn't mean to. So let's get back to it. So let's delete this column. I was explaining this thing. Let's suppose that when you hit 30K, we'll invest 30K into something. When we hit 30K, we'll invest $30K into something. Okay, this something might be a joint venture. It might be you might be starting a joint venture with someone. You might be investing in real estate like we do. You might be investing in Bitcoin, in gold, in whatever you're investing on. I don't mind. I'm not here discussing that. All that I mind is that when you hit the 30K is the point where you decide to take a shot. Of course, let's give you a breathable room so you don't stay with the rest of the month with 400 euros on your bank account. So this here will be equal to this here minus 30K. So, okay, so if you detract 30K, this is what you get. You get still 2,500 euros to finish the month, right? So now this here will be equal to the previous plus her income. I interrupt. Man, I touched my stop streaming button, and I'm so sorry. I stopped it while I didn't mean to. So let's get back to it. So let's delete this column. I was explaining this thing. Let's suppose that when you hit 30K, we'll invest 30K into something. When we hit 30K, we'll invest $30K into something. Okay, this something might be a joint venture. It might be you might be starting a joint venture with someone. You might be investing in real estate like we do. You might be investing in Bitcoin, in gold, in whatever you're investing on. I don't mind. I'm not here discussing that. All that I mind is that when you hit the 30K is the point where you decide to take a shot. Of course, let's give you a breathable room so you don't stay with the rest of the month with 400 euros on your bank account. So this here will be equal to this here minus 30K. So, okay, so if you detract 30K, this is what you get. You get still 2,500 euros to finish the month, right? So now this here will be equal to the previous plus her income plus my income minus the cost of living, and then you will have to sum. You will have to sum a profit that you will get from that you'll get from your venture, from your investment, from your real estate, from whatever venture you entered. So let's call this profit this Airbnb over here, which for us would be a sort of a reasonable amount. So now, if you notice, this difference over here, if I compute the difference between these two, it's a higher difference than these two. Okay, because now I'm earning more money, because I'm also earning from Airbnb, from a third home that I purchased. So yeah, let's keep on doing this. We go down like this, and so we now have a new projection. I mean, the year, this part of the year here, if this purchase happens, this never happens, because July I would not have 34, I would have 4,800. So instead of 34,486, I would have 4,800. I would have 400 years more than, of course, if I take the 30k off, I would have 400 years more due to Airbnb being active. So you see my point? You're increasing your income by investing smartly. Of course, this is all, again, this is all ideally. If this is in a vacuum, right? If in a vacuum you manage to make an investment that gives you some money at the end of the month, in spite of perhaps even increasing. Let's speaking of which, you will not only increase your income by this amount, but it will actually increase your income by a sum of two parts. Because this thing over here, on my case, for example, this Airbnb, on my case, will not just be a number that you get from your rent. This would be after expenses. So what do I mean by that? I mean that actually what you get from, let's call what you get from Airbnb being 600 a month, but then you have to pay mortgage, and you have to pay other costs. Let's call these other costs 100 years, and then what you get is 350. But your actual income from the activity, I mean, these other costs here should include condominium, water, gas, light, electricity, internet if internet is available, also taxes that you have to pay at the end of the year, which usually you pay once a year, but then you subdivide by 12 just so you can fit into a monthly basis. And so you sum. This here is your net income from this activity, having already calculated your mortgage and all your maintenance expenses from the what you call maintenance expenses from your running activity. You have a cost to maintain that activity, so you calculate the net of it, and the net will sum itself to your income. So this is what you get roughly, right? This is what you get roughly. This is your new projection. Then again, on my case, when I hit a 30k again, I'll do the same thing. So this here, ideally July 2023, I'd be able to minus 30k. So I'd have, sorry, I have to put here on 22, G22. So this here, no, sorry, sorry again, it's not G22, it's actually F23. So this would be the amount I have on July 2023 if I were to buy a fourth home and put it on rent. And then this here would be equal to the previous plus Daniela's payment plus my payment plus 2 times Airbnb minus our cost of living. So again, we have still a higher paycheck, and this would be the projection. As you can see, let's mark the calendar when we get the 30k, so we know this is a month where we purchase. This is a month where we purchase. So this would be a fourth purchase, right? This is a month where we purchase. What happened? So from day 1 up to this day, how many months passed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. More months passed by here because we started high. We didn't start from scratch. We started from some. So 13 here. So now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 again. I mean, what you can see is that through time, because your income is increasing, because it's 2 times. Let me wait. I didn't do the calculation properly. Sorry, I did something wrong here. Let me redo. So this plus her income plus my income plus 2 times Airbnb minus cost of living. Okay, now this is correct, and let's put down over here. Okay, so here we hit 30k. So let's mark this. Ignore this part. Ignore this part, and let's mark this month over here as a green. So you see, they started to be more compact because we hit 30k more often, because we're increasing our net income. That's what we want. We want to increase our net income so that, yeah, of course, so that more money coming in means that we have more money available faster to invest again. Of course, there will come a limit where you will not be able to keep on piling up on debt, because the bank will tell you, hey, you have hit the 40% of your income. I'm not giving you another loan. You have to pay me back. But you know what? The loans that we're making are not too high. We're not making that high a loan that we cannot pay back the bank. We can always think of saving a sum of money to completely pay off the bank of 1 or 2 loans, and then we have free again to buy some more, to make some more loans again on the future. You know, you dedicate a year, suppose, so this is my first home, this is my second home, this is my third home. Now I have 3 loans on my back. Let's suppose that for the next 12 months I do not purchase again. When I reach again 30k after the third home, I don't purchase a 4th home, but I will again reach 30k. So what do? I pay these 30k against one of the loans. So I take away one of the loans completely, and then I'm with 3 homes, one of which completely my own. And then I have 2 loans left to pay. Then I can make a 3rd one again. And then you can see how this will pile up, and you can see how this will increase your income more and more, and it will become a full-time job for you. And then as you grow with it, it's completely fine to start hiring people, even if hiring people just for their hours. Maybe they're working as a I don't know, maybe they're working on an hourly basis. Maybe they're not a full-time employee of yours, but they might be a per hour employer. What do you call? I don't know the word for that, but I think you get the idea. This is how you project. This is your projection, of your income and how you would invest back into your business. Okay, how you would control your expenses, control your debt, because you cannot let your debt go out of control. You see how low the amount this is 150 is the amount that we roughly pay on our mortgages for the home, for the investment home. This is not a coincidence. We calculated for it. We meant for it to happen. We calculated so for us to have this low a mortgage installment, we have to give this much money in advance on this property, which is sold by this much. And we usually give 20% upwards. We only gave 20% on the first home. On the other homes, we gave north of 20%. This one today, we gave north of 30% advancement. So yeah, that's the idea. We'll still buy another fourth home before we still completely pay off a debt. We're still not done. I'm going back for more before I still pay off a debt again. Okay, you get the idea. So let's see. I did kakebo, so let's go back to the presentation. This was kakebo. Okay, this is what you would expect to see. These are actual numbers from in 2018, 2019. You can see this was a home purchase. You see, we reached almost 30K that year. Let's call it 25, and then boom, it went down because we purchased, and then back up. So you see, this is the income, and then the expenses, monthly expenses, then the income, monthly expense. If you were to look at how much it increases based on how much it decreases, this decrease here is about a fourth. We were living on a fourth of our monthly income, just so you can have an idea. And you can see the dates here. I mean, this is September 1st, this is July, less than a year for how much. This year we can say we were on 9K. This is 27K, then back to 8K, then back to what is this, 16K. Okay, nothing extraordinary. This was my paycheck back then. It's not that anymore. So yeah, we done this. Let's go for this now. This is still 2018. I've shown this. This is the projection, balance projection that I've just shown you. Now let's show you this. This is not balance projection, I'm sorry. This is evaluating how you purchase a home. Okay, so these are actual homes that we visited, and we confronted their values. We confronted their numbers against one another to come up with this number. Oh, sorry. Come up with this green number over here. These green numbers are the our projected what do you call our projected, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm so sorry, I forget. It's our projected net income. Yeah, our projected profit, monthly profit from the renting a home. So let's see that table now. So that would be this one. Nope, not this one. It just moved. This one. Okay. Let's suppose a house costs 65. That's the asking price. You don't. It doesn't mean you will pay 65. It's what they're asking. No, actually, they might be asking 67. They might be asking 70. But then you agree on a number. Put the number that you agree here on this table. Here, okay? So we agreed on 65. This is just an example. I have various examples over here, which are, some of them are actual examples, but they're kind of old, so they don't matter anymore. Okay? But okay, 65 is a good number. This number over here is a number that we specifically have here in our city, because it's a number that it's a number valid for pretty much for the city, because it's pretty much a calculation, an extra that you have to pay, because this is the amount that you have to give to the owner, exclusively to the owner when you purchase the home. But this here are fees, purchase fees that you have to pay when you pay another home. Okay, a home destined to, not for your living, but destined to a rental, as a rental property. So you have to pay fees for. So actually, you're not only giving. This is how much money you put up front. This is your cash that you are putting up front in order to start a mortgage. So this that you're giving exclusively, entirely to the owner. but you also have to pay fees. So what you're actually paying is the sum of this thing with this thing. These two sum together to this number. Okay, this number is the sum of the other two. Alright? So again, the amount that you put up front to pay the owner and the amount that you have to pay in order to cover your fees, your purchasing fees. Okay, that's the number. So why am I separating these two over here? Because this number here that you put up front is what the bank wants to know when the bank is going to make a mortgage for you. Okay, because if you're giving 25 out of 65, how much is 25 out of 65? 25 divided by 65 is, let me take some away. This is a 38.46%. Let's call it 38%, 38.5%. So this is the amount you're giving, 38% of the total agreement. So the bank is giving you the contrary. Sorry. This is the amount that the bank is going to give, which is the difference, right? The bank is going to give you this minus this. If you're giving this, so the bank is giving you the difference, right? So that's 40K in this example. So this number here is the ratio. How much the fraction is 1 minus this number over here, okay? Is the fraction the numbers the bank is giving you. So if you're giving 38%, the bank is going to give 62%, 61.5%, as we said, as we established. Okay, so it's 61.5% is the bank loan. So here I'm choosing between fixed or variable rates, just because I have implemented also back then. This is a 2018 when I implemented this, and this is using old numbers. I should update this too, because now I'm calculating with a higher error here. I used to calculate this precise to about 10 plus or minus 5 years. Okay, I used to calculate this when it was precise. Still, it was with a plus or minus 5 years error margin. Now that I have to update it, it's only plus or minus 20 years error margin. Anyway, these are 12 months in a year. These are 30 years mortgage, so 360 installments. This is how much time does your place spend vacant. If you have vacancy on your place, you compute it here. This is an empirical number. You can only say this by doing it, by actually purchasing a home, putting it to rent, and then at the end of a year's term, you can go back here and insert this value, and you will account for it, and you will actually see it, the difference here. If I were to put a 10% vacation, it actually detracts 10% of your income because it received 10% less. That's what it is. For now, let's leave it at 0. This is the amount that you receive. So this amount here that I'm putting on an Airbnb situation would be the number of days in a month, which is 30, times the amount that you ask for per day, which could be, let's call it 50. I know that 50 on Airbnb for a small place apartment is too much to ask, but it's not too unreasonable if we were going to take an average, at least for my city. In my city, 50 euros a month for a regular place, a 5-star place in the city center, is not too unreasonable. I'm not saying that I will ask that money. I'm saying it's kind of an average value, okay? So this would represent 1,500 euros monthly coming into your Airbnb to one apartment. So now you have condominium, you have heat, you have trash. These are monthly expenses, okay, due to maintenance costs of your apartment, of your rental property. This is lights, okay, so electricity. This is gas. This is internet, of course, and this is the total sum of your expenses. So your monthly expenses sum up to 120 euros. This is if I were to calculate per person, because I might want to put 2 people, 3 people in an apartment. I mean, this is when I was still calculating, because I adapted this column to this table to calculate either on a regular basis rent or on an Airbnb kind of deal. If it's an Airbnb, it's irrelevant. But if it's on a regular basis, these numbers here, they don't go to you, they go to the tenants. The tenants have to foot the bill. So that's why you need this, in order to tell them, look, the expenses are these. You have to pay me this much per person. So these here are taxes. Fixed tax, and this is a percent tax on your income. So here we have to pay 21%, and we have to pay a 200, let's call it 200, because it's depending on your it depends on your property. Some properties may have higher, some properties may have lower, but it's a fixed number every year. And so these are the 2 taxes that you have to contribute. So now this value over here is going to take, this is the the monthly installment of your mortgage. What this is doing is actually calculating your net income. So it's taking the gross income. This is your gross income, which is the number of months in a day times the asking price for a day on an Airbnb, and then it's detracting all the expenses. For example, this, okay, income. This here, 1 minus something is 1 minus the amount that you have to give to the state for your bills, for your IRS, you know. So 1 minus it is what remains to you. If you give 21%, then you remain with 79%. So you multiply your income by 79, one shot. That's it. Then you detract also your mortgage payment. Then you detract this here, but this here is calculated once a year, so you have to divide it by 12, so you have a monthly basis. And this here also, 1 minus B12. B12 is your vacancy rate. You multiply all this calculation over here, you multiply it by 1 minus your vacancy rate. So you have a 1% vacancy rate, you have actually 99% occupation rate. Understand? So this here is your occupation rate. So if you have an occupation rate of 100%, you're never empty. So your money coming in is 100% of the time. This is not a correct calculation. I know that this is biased, because if I have 100% vacancy, 0 occupation, I don't have 0 income. I have actually negative. But here's, as it's multiplying, if I were to put 0, if I were to put 1 here for the vacancy, I would get a 0 total, which is actually not accurate. I would have expenses, because I still have to pay the bank, and I still have to pay the bills. The point of all this thing is for you to have an estimate of what you can expect to earn. Expect to earn, having not even purchased a home. I didn't even purchase the home, but I know the asking price. I am hoping to get this much amount of the bank. I'm hoping to give this much amount to the seller, which means that it will give me this much in monthly installments in my my theoretical mortgage, and I would have these expenses over these. What are these? Are questions that I ask during the interview of the apartment. I go visit the apartment and ask, okay, what are the condominium expenses like? What are the heating expenses like? We pretty much know what light and these are kind of known. Okay, internet, they are what they are. They don't vary all that much. We can say that if 13 to 20 is usually a reasonable amount for an internet connection. Gas is pretty much the same amount, because if you're heating water to boil pasta, it's the same amount of water per pot per people. so you don't spend all that different amount of, I mean, it depends on how many people you have in the home, of course. More people have in the home, more people will cook, more people will use gas, more people will use gas. Also usually goes to heat or bath water. It's frequent here, but yeah, you don't have 4 people in a house, not usually. I mean, houses with 4 people or more are a minority of houses, and we're looking into smaller houses, and I'll show you why also. Let me try and get into that in a minute. So the point is, you calculate all your expenses, you ask questions. What is this tax here look like? This is a real estate tax, fixed tax yearly. What does this tax look like in this property? It's this much. Okay, we know that this is fixed. We already know that this is the value if we obey certain rules. It doesn't go up, it doesn't go down. That's the amount. So yeah, you just put the values and you calculate and you have a good projection. And then this is house 1. And then you go to house 2 and you look at house 2. Okay, so they're asking 53K. They're asking a lot less. But perhaps I have to put here a 30K up front. Would give me a low, it would give me a low mortgage payment. Yes, sure. But this is what actually matters. I would only be able to ask for this home over here. I wouldn't be able to ask this much. I wouldn't be able to ask 50. I would only be able to ask 40. So let's put 40 over here. I would only be able to ask 40 because it's not the same home. I can't expect, it's not on the same part of the city. It's not as well served at that part of the city. Perhaps this here on a yearly basis is 500. Whatever it is, they all sum up. They all compute the value at the end. And then what is this value over here? I'm subtracting the total. Actually, I'm doing it slightly different because I have to update this thing again. But the point is, you calculate all these things so that you can have a good idea what the return will be. You have a clear picture on what this house looks like against this house. And even though this is more expensive on the request, not on the request, but on the asking price, this is a lot more expensive than this. This here looks a lot more profitable than this. On the net, this is a monthly net in your pocket. After expenses, after taxes, this is money that you can take and do whatever you want with. And that you sum back. It's not like you don't work anymore. It's not like you stopped working. You're still having your day job. Your spouse is probably also having a day job, and you're still taking care of your own income and expenses, so that you're on that fixed cost of living, and so you're increasing the amount of money coming in. You get the point? So even if you're now that you have more work to do, so you have to move a lot more. So you have increased your transportation and eating out occasionally by 200 euros a month, which is a huge jump in a year. It's a 2,400 euros less in a year, but it's 1,000 euro more a month, so it's still worth it. You see, you had to increase your expenditures to compensate because it's extra work, but you still compensated even more in your income, and still nets you in the end of the year. That's the point. That's the whole thing that I get. I hope that you're getting from all this talk. You know, that's the entirety of our process, of our studies. This is a result of 5-year studies. So I know it's been a long talk up until now, and I hope to take a little bit of a break and start playing some, because I miss playing video games. It's been like 3 days I don't play. I'm itching for it, and it's the weekend. But I hope that you're getting the picture that this thing here is feasible, and it's what we actually did. And I'll tell you even something more. We even confronted two bed, 2-room apartment, with 3-room apartment, with 4-room apartment. This is a study we did back then. This was 2018 study. That we were confronting. Okay, what if I give 10% advancement on a 2-bedroom? What if I give 20%, 30%, 40%, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90? What if I buy 100%? What if I buy cash? So we computed this on the percentages, on the advancement, on a, you know, an archetype 2-room apartment. Then we computed the same for an archetype 3-room apartment, and then the same for an archetype 4-room apartment, because we were asking ourselves, is it worth to purchase a bigger home? We were asking ourselves, is it worth gathering more money to purchase a bigger home, to put it on rent for more people? Or is it worth to spend less money on a smaller home for less people, knowing that we'll probably earn less? What is it better? What is the best investment? Then I did a bunch of graphs. You might start seeing, why am I an engineer? No, this is what I do. This is kind of my life. So red is the 4 bedroom, not 4 bedroom, 4 rooms. This is 3 rooms. This is 2 rooms, color coded, and these are annual income percentage income annually. This is number of purchases in a year. Oh, not in a year, through time. By what is this? Yeah, this is the x-axis here is the amount of money that you put up front. So this is 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100%. So number of purchases based on percent advancement. Yeah, I don't, of course, if you give less money up front, you can purchase more homes. If you give more money in advance, you can purchase less homes. It's less effective, let's say, but it's yours. You don't have to give any more money to anyone anymore. Okay, so apparently, just looking this graph here, the best would be for rooms, right? But actually, it's not enough to just look at the percentage income. The best thing that you can look at is this ROI, because the ROI gives you a much clearer picture than this. Of course, if you have more rooms, you can rent to more people at a higher price, so your percentage income will be higher. It's expected to be so, and it will be also higher if you're giving less money up front. If you're giving 10% up front, you will receive more money than if you give 100% up front, of course, because you're leveraging the bank's money. But the thing is, even though theoretically it could be possible if you do your numbers right when you choose the apartment, the problem is that the time that it will take for you to recover your investment is much higher. So it's a much longer term investment. The longer the term of your investment, the more time you have for things to go wrong, for things to go sideways. You see, before COVID, everyone was renting rooms left and right, every day. A room comes available, people just jump into it, because here we are fortunate enough in this city that people are jumping into the apartments because there's more people looking for apartments than apartments available. But then COVID hits, and then all these transfer students stop transferring and they stay home, and they were canceling their rentals, their renting agreements. It's not agreement, it's contracts, the rental contracts with the owners. Yeah, that happened quite a lot this year. Still, it's not a bad situation. I mean, there are still a lot of students, transfer students, even more so now with the vaccine and everything. They're coming back, and some more people are coming back. But the point is, the longer you have for for you to recover your money, and this is in years, the ROI is in years here. Okay, the amount of time that you would take to recover from. Wait, this is not calculated right. This might be calculated wrong, because I see the ROI here is huge on 2 rooms, but it's not actually that. It's not how it actually goes. Oh man, I've just shown you some old graphs, and yeah, the math here is right. I know that this math is right, but the principle on which I calculated this math is probably not correct. Man, yeah, I'm sorry about that. That was embarrassing. Let me think again. Well, we came to a conclusion that renting, after some trial and error and speaking to people who've done this before, because we know some people that do this that we are doing. I mean, that they don't calculate this as much as we do, but they do buy homes, they buy these properties and they put on rent, and they put all both on a regular basis rent. Some of them put on a regular basis, and some other people, they do B&B, not only through Airbnb but also through booking and whatnot. And yeah, talking with those people, we understood, we came to an understanding that, and we also had this thing in our mind, that actually it's more worth to purchase a smaller home and put it in rent, because this thing over here is what counts at the end of the day. The higher this number over here, the net income in your pocket, is dictated by how low is this thing over here, which is your monthly installment on your mortgage, and how high you can push this number over here, which is your asking price when you put it to rent. You know, your rent fee, if you will, your per night fee. Okay, so it will also depend on this thing, which is the asking price from the seller of the apartment at the time of the purchase. So you have to confront all these factors. You have to confront how much you ask, how much it costs you monthly, and how much do you still have to pay for the property to be your own and not the bank's. So these three things combined go to calculate your ROI. And more recent studies that I didn't bother to make a graph on, because this is still 2018, more recent studies on our part show that it's much more efficient to travel light, meaning to purchase smaller homes and put them on rent and make them profitable as soon as possible. Not to try and put a lot of people together, because people might not, it's difficult to coordinate people. It's difficult to get 2 people together, say 4, say 8. We've seen 8 people apartments. I've seen 8 people apartments back in the day when I was still a student. So yeah, it's more realistic for you to find one person to fill one room than to find 4 people to fill a whole apartment, right? Because those people also have to go well with each other. And when you have 4 people, you have 4 potential people damaging your property. So you have all sorts of other problems circumdating it. It's not only the prices and the numbers. You have a whole number of things that you have to care for. And it's easier to divide and conquer. If you divide and conquer, you're probably traveling light, that concept that I just mentioned, and you're probably going to do a better job at it. So yeah, that was pretty much it. I know it was super long. It was like 4-hour stream only about this topic. But this is a topic that you can see we're pretty much passionate about. I mean, I am talking about this for years now, all the time with Daniela. And with anyone who knows us. Anyone who knows us and gets to know us a little bit better, sooner or later I mention this fact. And it kind of intrigues people because they want to know, ooh, you did that? Oh, interesting. How did you do that? Oh, yeah, this is how I did it. And as you can see, I'm not hiding it from anybody. I mean, I do want to write it, put it on a book one day. All of these ideas, all of these calculations, how do you calculate, how do you evaluate, what are things that you have to take care of? I mean, what are people that might try to screw you over? What are the good banks? Because we also interviewed banks before deciding on one. We interviewed at least a dozen banks before we decided to go for one. We calculated all sorts of things, but we used the principles on the first few slides. You know, how do you come from a place? How do you come from a place of not having to a place of having, a place of desperation to a place of security? Through this, take responsibility over your finances. Finances math. Measuring will give an accurate picture and will highlight the best expenders, the biggest expenders. Take a self-reflective look into the expenders. Spend some time not incorporating, but immersing yourself into you have needs, you have wants in yourself, and some of those are not even conscious wants and needs. Some of those you just go and do without even thinking. Come to acknowledge those. Because when you come to acknowledge some of those, you might realize that they might not serve you well. Some of them will serve you well for sure, and those are good habits. But some of them, we all have, I have them, you have them, we all have them, are bad habits. And some of them we might be aware of, some of them we might not be aware of. Come to awareness of yourself and cut it off. If it's something that's not serving you, if you are unhappy with where you are, where was I here? If you're not happy with where you are here, if you're not happy financially, come to realize what are your shortcomings in the financial life, and then start taking steps, start making sacrifices. Because cutting back on expenses is depriving yourself of some leisure. It is, I mean, saving money equates to sacrifices, equates to depriving yourself of something that you like. But this is a price to pay for you to be able to save money, for you to be able to pay back your bills, for you to be able to invest money eventually, and then live a more healthy, frugal life, and a healthier life overall. Because as you start to learn how to live frugally, not exaggerating on being frugal again, but trying to cut back on some things, and you take it as a course of action through years, you will realize that you can take smaller steps into improving some aspects of your life, as your health and comfort, and eventually you will be able to move. You will be able to move back to a bigger house, but with a complete different approach, with a complete different sense of awareness and sense of responsibility, and how well you can handle that new expense. Because moving from to a new place, to a bigger place, to a better place, is more expensive. It's not cheaper. So you may reach that back again, but from a complete different place in life. Not from a place of absence, but from a place of abundance. That's how you do it. You do it mathematically. When I signed the contract today, because I signed it under my name, I had no shred of emotion in myself. This seems ugly to say because we all want emotion in our lives, but you know what? If this is math, this is not supposed to be emotional. Math can care less about your emotions, and that's how it's supposed to be. That's the good thing. If it's like that, it's golden, and you have nothing to worry about. It's just a matter of time and effort, and keep doing what you're doing all along, and that will take you a long way. A long way, both in time, because it will take a lot of work and a lot of time and a lot of effort, but it will take you a long way also in the sense that it will last for a long time, and you will create something that cannot be just undone overnight. It will be something that will last, and this is just the beginning. When you get into investment, when you get into more investment venues and ventures, may I say, other opportunities will appear in front of you. You may have the opportunity to invest in ETFs. You may have opportunity to invest in some. You may become a venture capitalist, which is someone which has a lot of cash, and then some other people come to you with a good business opportunity because it's someone who maybe has a great idea that wants to start a business, and he just needs the funding, and then you lend him the funding, knowing how to evaluate properly a business opportunity. He makes a good detailed number business plan, and he goes with it, and if it works, of course, because no business is guaranteed to work, but if it works, it will give you, I don't know, a threefold on your cash in a year or in 2 years time. That's a good investment, and these things happen. I mean, there are venture capitalists over there. If you reach that, you're already less than 1% of people. You're less than 1%, the top 1% of people, because it would be actually rich. But again, how do you get there? This is how. Money is not a game. Money is math. So do it. Do the math. So yeah, that will be it for me. Thank you so much for bearing with me for these 4 hours plus or whatever. I know it was long, but I hope that it was worth it. Yeah, it was. I had a total blast today. I spoke so much. My throat is aching. I'm going to take a bit of a break, and I'll be back on stream, but this time playing something. Okay, so thank you so much. I intend on publishing this video on YouTube, and I don't know if I should publish this on my regular YouTube channel, if I should start a completely new YouTube channel and just post it there. And I intend on posting it on the VOD. I don't intend on editing it too much. I might even put it on the hands of someone who will edit it for me. Anyway, well, thank you so much for coming. I appreciate it so much. I hope it has been good for you as it was for me. The memes. But anyway, yeah, thank you again, and I'll see you in a few, or next time. Bye bye.